of tape ball. Tape balls. Plural of tape ball. That. Simple past and past participle of tape. Taped off. Simple past and past participle of tape off. Taped out. Simple past and past participle of tape out. Taped over. Simple past and past participle of tape over. Taped up. Simple past and past participle of tape up. Tape deck. Alternative form of tape deck. Tapex. Plural of tape deck. Tape dry. Alternative form of tape dry. Tape dries. Plural of tape dry. Avid. Alternative form of tappy Indian river. Tape grass. Any of various aquatic flowering plants in the Hydrochaeridaceae family. Tape hinnock. A Virginian Algonquian lect, sometimes identified with the one spoken by the Quiucohannock. Tapa. A language of Papua New Guinea. Tapenospala. Exhibiting or relating to tapenosphaly. Tapenosphaly. A flattening of the skull. Tapinocranio. Having a flattened cranium. Tapinocranic. Alternative form of tapinocranio. Tapejarid. Any pterosaur in the family Tapejaridae. Tapejarids. Plural of Tapejarid. Tapejarine. Any pterosaur of the subfamily Tapejarinae. Tapejarines. Plural of Tapejarine. Tapegeroi. Any pterosaur of the clade Tapegeroidea. Tapegeroids. Plural of Tapegeroi. Tapeless. Not using or requiring tape, such as audio or video tape. Tapeless workflow. Avoidance of use of magnetic tapes in the full process of video production from camera recording, editing, to post-production. Tapeless workflows. Plural of tapeless workflow. Tape-like. Resembling tape the narrow band of material or some aspect of it. Tape line. A line of lightweight plastic put up around a crime scene to restrict access to the police. Tape lines. Plural of tape line. Tape baker. A manufacturer of tapes. Tape makers. Plural of tape maker. Tape making. The manufacture of tapes. Taedne. A Provençal dish consisting of pureed or finely chopped olives, capers, anchovies, and olive oil, usually eaten with bread as en hors d'oeuvre. Tapine. Non-standard spelling of tapenade. Tapenades. Plural of tapene. Tapentetal. A particular narcotic painkiller. Tape out. The point at which the design of an integrated circuit is completed and the photomask is sent out for fabrication. Tapeouts. Plural of tapeout. Taper. A slender wax candle. Taper candle. A long, narrow cylindrical candle that narrows slightly from a wider base to a conical tip. Taper candles. Plural of taper candle. Taper fade. A specific haircut. Taper fades. Plural of taper fade. Taper off. To diminish or lessen gradually, to become or make smaller, slower, quieter, etc. Taper pin. A tapered self-holding peg or pin used to connect parts together. Taper pins. Plural of taper pin. Tapered. simple past and past participle of taper. Tapered off, simple past and past participle of taper off. Taperer, a person who carries a taper in a religious service. Taperers, plural of taperer. Tapering, present participle and gerund of taper. Tapering off, present participle and gerund of taper off. Taperingly, in a tapering manner, growing thinner towards one end. Taperings, plural of tapering. Taperless, without a taper. Tapoli, resembling or characteristic of a taper. Taper maker, the manufacture of tapers. Taperness, the quality or state of being tapered, tapering form. Tapers, plural of taper, thin candles used for lighting other candles. Tapers off, third person singular simple present indicative of taper off. Taperste, a miniature candlestick. Tapper sticks, plural of tapper stick. Tapertail, a kind of anchovy Radiacelis elongatus. Tapertails, plural of tapertail. Taperwise, tapering. Tapes, plural of tape. Tapes off, third person singular simple present indicative of tape off. Tapes out, third person singular simple present indicative of tape out. Tapes over, third person singular simple present indicative of tape over. Tapes up, third person singular simple present indicative of tape up. Tape script, a transcript of a tape recording. Tape scripts, plural of tape script. Tapespondence, communications sent on tape between tapespondents. Tapespondent, a sort of pen friend who communicated by means of early audio tape recordings sent in the post. Tapespondence, plural of tapespondent. Tapesponding, friendly communication by means of early audio tape recordings sent in the post as engaged in by tapespondents. Tapester, a maker of tapestries. Tapesters, plural of tapester. Tapestry, decorated with tapestry. Tapestries, plural of tapestry. Tapestry, a heavy woven cloth, often with decorative pictorial designs, normally hung on walls. Tapestry beetle, a small black dermestid beetle Atagenus unicolor whose larva feeds on tapestry, carpets, etc. Tapestry beetles, plural of tapestry beetle. Tapestry moth, synonym of carpet moth. Tapestry moths, plural of tapestry moth. Tatissae, present participle moth, synonym of carpet moth. Tapestry moths, plural of tapestry moth. Tatissae, present participle and gerund of tapestry. Tapestry-like, resembling or characteristic of a tapestry. Ava, a decorative wall hanging, a hanging cloth or piece of tapestry. Tapet, plural of tapetum. Tapeta lucida, plural of tapetum lucidum. Tapetal, the larval stage of the whalefishes. Tapetales, plural of tapetal. Tapetal, relating to a tapetum. Have, obsolete form of tapetum. Tapids, plural of tapet. Tapeti, a small South American cottontail rabbit Sylvilagus brasiliensis. Tapetes, plural of tapeti. Tapetorretino, relating to the tapetum and the retina. Tapetosome, an organelle in the tapetum of some ripening plants. Tapetosomes, plural of tapetosome. Tapets, plural of tapet. Tapetum, a membranous layer of tissue. Tapetum lucidum, a layer of tissue in the eye of many vertebrate animals immediately behind or sometimes within the retina that reflects visible light so as to increase the light available to the photoreceptors. Tapetums, plural of tapetum. Tapeweed, a herbaceous plant of the genus Posidonia. Tapeweeds, plural of tapeweed. Tapework, the use of tapes to produce audio effects. Tapeworm, any parasitical worm of the class Ohrenfracla cestota which infests the intestines of animals, including humans, often infecting different host species during their life cycle. Tapewormed, simple past and past participle of tapeworm. Tapeworming, present participle and gerund of tapeworm. Tapeworms, plural of tapeworm. Tapewormy, resembling or characteristic of a tapeworm. Tapezine, a zine released on audio cassette containing either voice recordings or computer data. Tapezines, plural of tapezine. Taphophobia, alternative spelling of taphophobia. Ahoden, of or relating to the islands of Taphos. Taphians, plural of Taphian. Tavo, brave, Badio. Taphoconosis, plural of taphoconosis. Taphoconosis, an assemblage of dead organisms. Taphophases, taphonomic facies. Taphoflora, the remains of dead plants. Taphoflorus, plural of taphoflora. Taub, to press a key on a keyboard and hold it down for a second or so. Taphole, in a blast furnace, a hole which molten metal or slag is tapped off through. Tapholes, plural of taphole. Taphological, of or relating to taphology. Taphologist, one who studies graves and burial. Taphologists, plural of taphologists. Taphology is the study of graves and burial. Taphomorph, a fossil structure that represents the poorly preserved, deteriorated remains of a mixture of taxonomic groups. Taphomorphs, plural of taphomorph. Tahon, a type of double-headed barrel drum used in Thailand. Taphonomy, of or pertaining to taphonomy factors affecting an organism's remains after death. Taphonomical, alternative form of taphonomic. Taphonomically, in a taphonomic manner. Taphonomies, plural of taphonomy. Taphonomized, preserved as a fossil. Taphonomist, one who studies taphonomy. Taphonomists, plural of taphonomists. Taphonomy, the study of the fate of the remains of organisms after they die, especially the study of fossilization. Taphophile, a person who is interested in cemeteries, funerals, and gravestones. Taphophiles, plural of taphophile. Tapophilia. Deep interest of funerals, cemeteries, and the rituals of death. Tapophilia. Pertaining to tapophilia. Taphophobia. A fear of being buried alive. Daphos. In Homeric Greece, a group of islands in the Aegean Sea off the coast of Phrygia inhabited by the piratical Taphians. Taphotype. A bone that shows a particular form of damage caused by predation by a particular type of animal. Taphotypes. Plural of taphotype. Dachhaus. A tower. Dachhouses. Plural of taphos. Taphozone. A taphonomic zone, rich in fossils. Taphozones. Plural of taphozone. Taphrogeny. Concerned with taphrogeny, pertaining to the creation of trenches. Taphrogenies. Plural of taphrogeny. Taphrogeny. The process of trench formation by the downward folding of the Earth's crust. Tapharthera. Mercury's spirit, executing the malevolent influences of the planet. Initialism of telephony application programming interface. Teta. A topographic surname from Basque, denoting someone from Tapia to Casariego in Asturias. Tapias. Plural of Tapia. Teteta. A surname from Maori. Tejadas. Plural of Tapiata. Tapadero. Alternative form of tapadera. Tapaderos. Plural of tapadero. Tabayate. A dialect of the Eastern Bolivian Guarani language. Taba. Instrument for torturing people by means of electric current, made on the basis of the Soviet military field telephone WZ-57 Ta-57. Tapinerov. A medication for the treatment of plaque psoriasis. Taping. Present participle and gerund of tape. Taping off. Present participle and gerund of tape off. Taping out. Present participle and gerund of tape out. Taping over. Present participle and gerund of tape over. Taping up. Present participle and gerund of tape up. Tapings. Plural of taping. Tapinospalian. Any therapsid of the clade Tapinosphalia. Tapinospalians. Plural of tapinospalian. Tapinospala. Alternative form of tapinospalic. Tapinosphale. Any therapsid in the family Tapinosphalidae. Tapinosphalids. Plural of tapinosphalid. Tapinosphaly. Alternative form of tapinosphaly. Tapinoses. Plural of tapinosis. Tapinosis. A figure of speech whereby something is given less importance by the name given it than it merits. Tapioca. A starchy food made from the cassava plant, used in puddings. Tapioca fish. The escolar or oilfish. Tapioca pearl. A small edible ball made primarily from tapioca starch, used in bubble tea. Tapioca pearls. Plural of tapioca pearl. Tapioca pudding. A milk pudding made from tapioca. Tapioca puddings. Plural of tapioca pudding. Tapioca starch. A very fine powder derived from the cassava root, used in cooking. Tapioca starches. plural of tapioca starch. Tapiocas, plural of tapioca. Tapiole, a rare oxide mineral. However, any species of large odd-toed ungulates of the genus Tapirus with a long prehensile upper lip. Tapir frog, a species of microhylid frog, Cynopteranus danta, having a brown color, sometimes with yellow or orange spots. Tapir frogs, plural of tapir frog. Tapirope, an indigenous people of Brazil. Tapir, any tapir of the family Tapiridae. Tapirids, plural of tapirid. Tapiring, of or pertaining to a tapir. Tapiroi, related to the tapir. Tapiroids, plural of tapiroi. Tapirum to a tapir. Tapiroi, related to the tapir. Tapiroids, plural of tapiroi. Tapiromorph, any tapir or related animal of the superfamily Tapiroidea. Tapiromorphs, plural of tapiromorph. Tapirs, plural of tapir. Attis, a tapestry. Tapizers, plural of tapizer. Tapizes, plural of tappies. Tapism, synonym of red tapism. Tapisms, plural of tapism. Tapist, covered or worked with figures like tapestry. Tapisser, a tapestry maker. Tapisser, a tapestry maker. Tapissiers, plural of tapisser. Tapist, a person who prepares tape recordings. Tapists, plural of tapis. Apidi, alternative form of tapeti type of rabbit. Tapitis, plural of tapiti. Tapua, alternative form of Tabwiwa, Banaba, Kiribati possibly an older spelling. Taplesh, small beer of bad quality. Tabless, without a tap faucet for water etc. Havlet, a surname. Hatweza, synonym of Mark Tapleyism. Tavles, plural of Tapley. Tavlin, a surname. Taplins, plural of taplin. Taplitumumab, a mouse monoclonal antibody intended to be used in Taplow, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in South Bucks District OS Grid Ref SU 9182. Tapon, synonym of tapster. Tabuin, plural of tapman. Tapoatafa, a small carnivorous marsupial, the brush-tailed phascogale. Tapoatafas, plural of tapoatafa. Taptakan, a barangay of Paigapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Tapochki, Russian house slippers. Tapal, a barangay of the municipality of Leyte, province of Leyte, Philippines. Tapuro, a barangay of Paigapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Taposa, an American Indian tribe in the south of the United States, originating from what is now Mississippi. Tapottage, coughing and expectoration following percussion in the supraclavicular region, a sign sometimes obtained in pulmonary tuberculosis. Tapotement, a form of massage involving hitting the body with various parts of one's hand. Tapotements, plural of tapotement. Tapo. Alternative spelling of Tapao. Ava. A surname. Ava. Alternative form of tapa cloth made from mulberry bark. Tattable. Capable of being tacked. Tapanek. A town, the county seat of Essex County, Virginia, United States. Tau. Alternative form of tapal. Tapal. Alternative form of tapal. Tapals. Plural of tapal. Tapals. Plural of tapal. Tavan. A surname. Ta-nc. Alternative form of Tappan-Zee. Tappan-Zee. A natural widening of the Hudson River in southeastern New York. Tappans. Plural of Tappan. Tefel. Synonym of DAC post system by means of relays of horses carrying mail and passengers. Pauls. Plural of Tapal. A surname. Tapped. Simple past and past participle of tap. Tapped in. Simple past and past participle of tap in. Tapped into. Simple past and past participle of tap into. Tapped off. Simple past and past participle of tap off. Tapped on. Simple past and past participle of tap on. Tapped out. Simple past and past participle of tap out. Tapped up. Simple past and past participle of tap up. Ave. Alternative form of Tapti Indian River. Tapes. Plural of Tapi. Taran. A surname from German. Tatanden. A surname from Old English. Tappendens. Plural of Tappenden. Tappens. Plural of Tappen. Taver. A surname originating as an occupation for an innkeeper or wine merchant. Tappers. Plural of tapper. Tappertation. Similar to the character Simon Tappertit in Dickens' Barnaby Rudge, especially being self-important, passionately conservative, and anti-Catholic, and given to big ideas poorly expressed. Taps. Plural of tap. Tapas. Second person singular simple present indicative of tap. Tava. A lever or projection which is moved by some other piece, as a cam, or intended to tap or touch something else in order to produce change or regulate motion. Tata. Third person singular simple present indicative of tap. Tapats. Plural of tapet. Abbas. Alternative form of tapish. Abbas. Simple past and past participle of tapas. Appases. Third person singular simple present indicative of tapas. Tapasing. Present participle and gerund of tapas. Tappa. Simple past and past participle of tapi. Tapas. Third person singular simple present indicative of tappy. Tapbigraphy. The analysis of tapping, scrolling, and other interactions with a smartphone. Haven. A surname. Haven. Pronunciation spelling of tapping. Tapping. An act of making a light hit or strike against something. Tapping in. Present participle and gerund of tap in. Tapping into. Present participle and gerund of tap into. Tapping off. Present participle of tap off. Tapping on. Present participle of tap on. Tapping out. Present participle and gerund of tap out. Tapping up, making an approach to a player under contract to another club in order to attempt to negotiate a transfer. Tappingly, with a tapping sound or action. Tappens, plural of tapping. Tapish, tispois. Tapish, simple past and past participle of tapish. Tap is, third person singular simple present indicative of tapish. Tapishing, present participle and gerund of tapish. Tap at hen, a bottle of wine in the port wine trade containing 2.25 liters of fluid, 3 times the volume of a standard bottle. Tap at hens, plural of tap at hen. Havun, a piece of wood or sheet metal fitted into a ditch to dam up the water so as to overflow and irrigate a field. Tapoons, plural of tapoon. Fs, plural of tap. Evan, alternative form of Tapti Indian River. Tapthalati, synonym of pell-mell hasty, out of control. Tedi, present participle and gerund of tapi. Taprobana, Sri Lanka. Taprobang, alternative form of taprobana. Tabru, a room where alcoholic beverages are served on tap, a bar or baroom. Taprooms, plural of taproom. Taproot, a long, tapering root exhibited by many plant species such as carrots and dandelions. Taproot text, any relatively early text with fantastical elements, a precursor to fantasy as a genre. Taproot text, plural of taproot text. Taprooted, having taproots. Taproots, plural of taproot. Tapestine, an antiplatelet drug. APHIS, acronym of Trans-Alaska Pipeline System. Plural of TAP. APHIS, a bugle call played by the United States Armed Forces at dusk during flag ceremonies and at military funerals. APSAF, topless in warm weather. Taps in, third person singular simple present indicative of tap in. Taps into, third person singular simple present indicative of tap into. Taps of work, plural of tap of work. Taps off, third person singular simple present indicative of tap off. Taps on, third person singular simple present indicative of tap on. Taps out, third person singular simple present indicative of tap out. Taps up, third person singular simple present indicative of tap up. Tap sky, a surname. Tap Scots, plural of tap Scott. Tapsel, a surname. Tapselar, a meal of tapa with fried rice and fried egg. Tapsologs, plural of tapsola. Tapsman, a head servant who is in charge of other servants. Tapsman, plural of tapsman. Tapster, one whose business is to tap or draw ale or other liquor. Tapsters, plural of tapster. Tapstress, a female tapster. Tapstresses, plural of tapstress. Tapstries, plural of tapestry. Tapestry, obsolete form of tapestry. Apt, Simple past and past participle of tapped. Tapta, an imaginary creature in Meday folklore, described by a mother to frighten her child to stop crying, which was misunderstood by a tiger for a man who mistakenly mounts on the very tiger, mistaking it as a horse, thereby resulting in a panicking situation for both the thief and the tiger. Tap Tap, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Daptastic, excellent in the context of tap dancing. Tapti, alternative form of Tapti Indian River. Hafti, a river in central India. Afton, a suburb of Chesterfield, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 3972. Afti, alternative form of Tapti Indian River. Havu, alternative form of taboo. Tapuata, a locality near Dannevirke, Manawatu Wanganui, New Zealand. Tapukan, a barangay of Mabon, Quezon, Philippines. Tapu, simple past and past participle of tapu. Tapuing, present participle and gerund of tapu. Tapo, a barangay of Paranas, Samar, Philippines. Taples, plural of tapel. Tapiria, a former region on the southern coast of the Caspian Sea. Tabas, plural of tapu. Tap, initialism of total anomalous pulmonary venous connection. Tapware, the fixtures used to dispense water at a sink, shower, or bathtub, consisting of a spout or shower head and control devices such as knobs or levers. Tap water, alternative form of tap water. Taq polymerase, a thermostable DNA polymerase known for its relatively high rate of transcription errors. Taq polymerases, plural of Taq polymerase. Tatia, alternative form of tachia. Tatia, a short, rounded skullcap worn by Muslims during prayer. Takias, plural of tachia. Tafia, religious dissimulation while under threat or persecution. Takwi, alternative form of takwid. Takwid, conformity to traditional legal decisions in Sharia jurisprudence. Takana, alternative form of takana. Takso, an improvisation or a solo recital based on a makam. Takwana, alternative spelling of tagwan nut. Takwanuts, plural of takwanut. Taquor, a kind of bamboo genus Olera found in Brazil. Taquoras, plural of taquora. Taquaruzu, a village in Brazil. Taquilla, a restaurant specializing in tacos and other Mexican food. Taquilla, alternative spelling of taquilla. Taquillas, plural of taquilla. Taquillas, plural of taquilla. Taquero, one who makes and or sells tacos. Taquito, a fried corn or flour tortilla filled usually with beef or chicken and cheese, rolled up and dipped in a form of salsa or guacamole. Taquitos, plural of taquito. Taboy, the care taken by a person to obey the commands of Allah. Taquacor, a form of punk music or hip-hop that deals with Islamic culture or issues. The initialism of Tibet Autonomous Region, an administrative region of China. Though a village in Hungary. Tar and feather. To cover a person in sticky tar, then cover in feathers which stick to the tar. An archaic means of humiliating a person. Tar babies. Plural of tar baby. Tar baby. A difficult, abstract problem that worsens as one attempts to handle it, is sticky situation, especially one where attempts to make it better only make it worse. Tar boil. A small bubble or blister in the flood coat of an aggregate surface built-up membrane. Tar boils. Plural of tar boil. Tar derby. A period in the 1950s when tar content became the focus of cigarette advertising. Tar Heel. Synonym of North Carolinian. Tar Heel State. Official nickname for North Carolina, a state of the United States. Tar Heels. Plural of tar heel. Tar out. To punish, to pay back or take revenge on. Tar paper. Alternative spelling of tar paper. Tar papers. Plural of tar paper. Tar pit. Alternative form of tar pit. Tar pits. Plural of tar pit. Tar sand. Sand. Tar sands. Plural of tar sand. Tar spot. A fungal disease affecting various plants and causing dark spots on leaves. Tar water. A cold infusion of tar in water, once used as a medicine for chest complaints. Tar waters. Plural of tar water. Tar with the same brush. To characterize someone or something using the same undesirable attribute, especially unjustly. Tar with the same stick. Synonym of tar with the same brush. Tar. Pronunciation spelling of tire. Tar and feather. Alternative form of tar and feather. Tar and feathered. Simple past and past participle of tar and feather. Tar and feathering. Present participle and gerund of tar and feather. Tar and feathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of tar and feather. Tarbuli. As black as tar, by extension very black or dark. Tarboil. Alternative form of tarboil. Tarboils. Plural of tarboil. Tarbrush. Alternative spelling of tarbrush. Tarbrushes. Plural of tarbrush. Tar Vabriga, a municipality of Croatia. Tara, an Irish place name associated with the hill of Tara, seat of ancient Irish kings. Tyra, a bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Tara fir, Pteridium esculentum, a bracken of the southern hemisphere with a thick and edible rhizome. Tara ferns, plural of tara fern. Tara gum, a white or beige mealy odorless powder used as a thickening agent and stabilizer for food, produced by separating and grinding the endosperm of Tara spinosa seeds. Tara gums, plural of tara gum. Tara Hills, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Jarraba, a state of Magia in the northeast geopolitical zone. Capital and largest city, Jalingo. Terrubbish, a trick-taking card game spread throughout the British Empire by Scottish soldiers and still played in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, Lebanon, and Afghanistan. Taraboka, a kind of African kettledrum. Tarabokas, plural of taraboka. Tarabal, alternative form of turble. Tarakhida, alternative form of Tarakhidic. Tarakhavitan, alternative form of Tarakhidic. Tarakhidic, of or relating to a putative branch of the Uto-Aztecan language family of Mexico. Tere, a surname from Spanish. Taraklia, a city and district of Moldova. Tarad, an Iraqi war canoe. Taradas, plural of Tarada. Taradiddle, alternative form of taradiddle. Taradiddles, plural of taradiddle. Taraf, a division of land in India, usually a small subdivision of a pargana. Tarafdar, the person in charge of it. Taraf. Tarafdars, plural of tarafdar. Tarafs, plural of taraf. A female given name. Tarahumor, alternative form of tarahumor. Mara. Tarahumara, an indigenous ethnic group of the Americas inhabiting the state of Chihuahua in Mexico. Tarahumaran, of or relating to the Tarahumara. Tarahumorans, plural of Tarahumaran. Tarahumar, alternative form of Tarahumara. Tarahumari, alternative form of Tarahumara. Tairai, alternative form of Terry. Toer, Bales media terrari, a tree of New Zealand. Torares, plural of torer. Terry, alternative form of torer. Terroris, plural of terrari. Terrais, plural of terrai. Terreu, among the Talai, a sacred grove associated with male rituals. Taraka, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Tarakan, the largest city in North Kalimantan, Indonesia. Terkei, a fish Nemodactylus macropterus between 30 and 60 centimeters long and found off the coast of Australia and South America. Tarakeas, plural of Tarakei. Tarako, a Japanese food made from salted cod or pollock roe, originally cod, but now mostly pollock. Tarao, a surname from Italian. Tarallos, plural of Tarallo. Derama, salted cured cod roe, used in making terramazalata. Terramazalata, alternative spelling of terramazalata. Terramazalata. Plural of terramazalata. Terramolite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing barium, boron, chlorine, iron, lead, magnesium, oxygen, silicon, and titanium. Terramite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Terramazalata, a Turkish and Greek dish of fish roe carp or cod, lemon juice, breadcrumbs, onion, garlic, and olive oil, often served as a meze or with pita bread. Tara, a male given name. Taranabin, a drug, a cannabinoid receptor type 1 inverse agonist investigated for the treatment of obesity, but later dropped because of side effects including depression and anxiety. Taranaki, a region in western North Island, New Zealand. Taranaki, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and potassium. Taranti, the Muslim sedentary population living in oases around the Tarim Basin in what is now Xinjiang, China. Tarand, a legendary reindeer/moose-like creature with chameleon properties. Tarans, plural of Tar and. Taranan, a municipality of Samar, Philippines. Tarango, a surname. Tarangos, plural of Tarango. Taranis, the Celtic god of thunder. Terrans, plural of Terran. Tarantara, the sound of several notes played on a trumpet or horn. Tarantaras, plural of Tarantara. Tarantes, alternative form of Tarantas. Tarantases, plural of Tomantas. Tarantas, a low horse-drawn carriage without springs used in Russia, capable of having its wheels replaced with runners during the winter. Tarantasses, plural of Tarantas. Tarantel, a rapid dance in 6/8 time, originating in Italy, or a piece of music for such a dance. Tarantellas, plural of Tarantella. Dorindon, a subdivision of the Pleistocene epoch. Tarantias, alternative form of Tarantinosc. Tarantini, a surname from Italian. Tarantinian, synonym of Tarantinosc. Tarantino, a dialect of Neapolitan spoken in and around Taranto in Apulia. Tarantinosc, reminiscent of the works or themes of Quentin Tarantino, born 1963, American film director and actor, best known for violent yet humorous films with non-linear plots. Tarantinos, plural of Tarantino. Tarantinoverse, the world as portrayed in the films of Quentin Tarantino. Tarantism, an extreme urge to dance, popularly thought to have been caused by the bite of a tarantula Lycosa tarantula and prevalent in southern Italy in the 15th through 17th centuries. Tarantisms, plural of Tarantism. Taranto, a port city in Apulia in southeastern Italy. Tarantula, any of the large, hairy New World spiders comprising the family Theraposidae. Tarantula hawk, a kind of spider wasp family Pompilidae with one of the most painful insect stings that deposits an egg on its prey, which include tarantulas, the larvae feeding from the living prey. Tarantula hawks, plural of tarantula hawk. Tarantula killer, any species of tarantula wasp, especially Pepsis grossa that captures the Texas brown tarantula Aphanopla hensii and places it in its nest as food for its young, after paralyzing it by a sting. Tarantula killers, plural of tarantula killer. Tarantulae, plural of tarantula. Tarantula-like, resembling or characteristic of a tarantula. Tarantular, of or relating to a tarantula. Tarantulas, plural of tarantula. Tarantulated, affected with tarantism. Tarantulid, any member of the arachnid family Tarantulidae. Tarantulids, plural of tarantulid. Tarantulism, alternative form of tarantism. Tarantula, resembling or characteristic of a tarantula. Tarantulas, of or relating to a tarantula. Tarapaca, a region of Chile. Tarapacate, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing chromium, oxygen, and potassium. Terrapin, obsolete form of terrapin. Terrapins, plural of terrapin. Terravis, a town in Birbhum district, West Bengal, India. Terava, a member of a certain people of Polynesia. Terravans, plural of terrapon. Tarapoto, a large town in San Martin, Peru. Terraquito, the giant Trevlicaranx ignobilis. Terraquitos, plural of terraquito. Terrabe. Goodbye for now. Terrarua, a territorial authority of the Mawadu-Wanganui region, New Zealand, in full Terrarua district. Seat, Dannevirke. Taras, synonym of Tarentum, former name of Taranto, a city in Italy. Tarascan, a member of the Purepecha people. Tarascans, plural of Tarascan. Taraschi, a surname from Italian. Tarasco, alternative form of Tarascan. Tarascan, a commune in Bouches du Rhône department, Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France. Tarascon-sur-Ariege, a city in Ariege department, Occitania, France. Tarascos, plural of Tarasco. Tarasha, a city in Bielefeld, Circa Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Tereshkivka, a classical Belarusian orthography, also a current alternative standard. Taras, a mythical European dragon. Tarasks, plural of Tarast. Darat, a former commune of Chile. Terra and terra, the onomatopoeia of a particular sound made by a bugle or trumpet. Terratent, terras, plural of terratentara. Darates, plural of tarata. Tarator, a nut or tahini-based sauce made with lemon juice and garlic that is found in Middle Eastern cuisine. Taratses, a surname from Greek. Taravella, a surname from Italian. Taravellas, plural of Taravella. Tarawa, an atoll in the Central Pacific Ocean belonging to the state of Kiribati. Tarawan, the Gilbertese language. Tarawi, alternative form of Tarawi. Tarawi, an extra prayer performed by Sunni Muslims at night in the month of Ramadan. Tarawez, plural of Tarawi. Taraxasarin, one of the principles of Taraxacum, along with taraxacin. Taraxacin, a bitter glycoside extracted from dandelion, once used as a diuretic. Taraxacine, alternative form of taraxacin. Taraxicologist, one who studies taraxicology or dandelions. Taraxicologists, plural of taraxicologists. Taraxicology, the study of the dandelion genus Taraxacum. Taraxacum, the dried root of the dandelion once used as a tonic. Taraxacums, plural of Taraxacum. Taraxanthin, a particular carotenoid found in Taraxacum. Taraxastane, a type of triterpene that is similar to ursane but with a different configuration of carbon atoms. Taraxastanes, plural of taraxastane. Taraxasterol, a triterpenoid present in dandelions. Taraxerol, a pentacyclic triterpenoid present in many plants. Taraxerol, a derivative of taraxerol present in Skimmia laureola and Cupenia cinerea. Daras, a city in the very south of Kazakhstan, just north of Kyrgyzstan. Daras, Gamma Aquili, a star in the constellation of Aquila. Taraspy, an antispasmodic drug. Tarbabies, plural of tarbaby. Tarbaby, alternative form of tarbaby, difficult, sticky situation. Tarbadillo, typhoid fever in Mexico. Tarbangan, any of species Marmota sibirica of marmoset live on the steppes of Central Asia. Tarbagans, plural of tarbagan. Tarball, a ball of tar or crude oil found on a beach. Tarball, simple past and past participle of tarball. Tarballing, present participle and gerund of tarball. Tarballs, plural of tarball. Tarbat, a parish on a peninsula in Easter Ross Highland Council area, Scotland. Tarbat Ness, a headland on a peninsula at the entrance to Dornoch Firth, Easter Ross Highland Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NH 9487. Tarbal, a surname. Tarbalize, to criticize through investigatory journalism. Tarbalize, simple past and past participle of tarbalize. Tarbalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tarbalize. Tarbalizing, present participle and gerund of tarbalize. Tarbals, plural of tarbal. Tarbert, a hamlet on the east coast of Jura, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NR 6182. Tarbes, a city, the capital of Haute-Pyrénées department, Occitania, in southern France. It was the second largest city in the former Midi-Pyrenees region, after Toulouse. Tarbet, a surname. Tarbets, plural of Tarbet. Tarbah, a village in the metropolitan borough of Knowsley, Merseyside, England. OS grid ref SJ 4687. Tarbogan, archaic form of toboggan. Tarbogans, plural of tarbogan. Tarbagan, alternative spelling of toboggan. Tarbadand, simple past and past participle of tarbagan. Tarbaginning, present participle and gerund of tarbagan. Tarbagans, plural of Tarbagan. Tarbolton, a village in South Ayrshire Council area, Scotland, west of Mauchline. OS grid ref NS 4327. Tarbomb, a tarball archive file containing numerous files that are extracted into the working directory, potentially causing inconvenience by overwriting other files or mixing up files from different sources. Tarbombs, plural of tarbomb. Tarbush, a red felt or cloth cap with a tassel, worn in the Arab world, a fez. Tarbush, wearing a tarbush. Tarbushes, plural of tarbush. Tarboro, a town, the county seat of Edgecombe County, North Carolina, United States. Tarbosaur, a tyrannosaur dinosaur of the genus Tarbosaurus from the late Cretaceous of Mongolia and China. Tarbosaurs, plural of tarbosaur. Tarbot, a surname. Tarbouch, alternative form of tarbouche. Tarbouch, alternative form of tarbouche. Tarbouches, plural of tarbouch. Tarbouca, alternative form of darbuka. Tarbouches, plural of tarbouca. Tarbouch, alternative form of tarbouche. Tarbouche, alternative form of tarbouche. Tarbouches, plural of tarbouche. Tarbox, a surname. Tarboxes, plural of tarbox. Tarbrush, a brush used for applying tar. Tarbrushes, plural of tarbrush. Tarbucke, the shako traditionally worn by cadets of West Point as part of full dress. Tarbuckets, plural of tarbucket. Tarbush, alternative form of tarbush. Tarbushes, plural of tarbush. Tarbatite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and zinc. Tarkau, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Tarchiel, misspelling of tracheal. Targreed, a kind of terry soil near mineral oil sources formed from oil and soot droplets with sand or gravel, precluding plant growth. Targreets, plural of targreet. Tar, a person with mental retardation. Tard, a person employed to look after people with mental disabilities, particularly involving restraint and protecting the person from harming himself or others. Tard cards, plural of tard guard. Tard wrangle, to take care of individuals with severe mental disabilities. Tard wrangler, someone responsible for looking after people with mental disabilities, especially those prone to violence and uncontrollable behavior. Tard wranglers, plural of tard wrangler. Tardation, the act of slowing down or delaying. Tardbrain, synonym of idiot. Tardbrains, plural of tardbrain. Tardanet, a perdium in his base held in the early evening. Tardades, plural of Tardada. Tardebay, a village in Worcestershire. Tardenois, a region of northern France. Tardenoisian, of or relating to an epipaleolithic culture whose characteristic arrowheads were found at Coincy in the Tardenois region of France in 1885. Tardenoisians, plural of Tardenoisian. Tard face, a stupid person. Tard faces, plural of tard face. Tardy, simple past and past participle of tardy. Tardy, comparative form of tardy, more tardy. Tardis, plural of tardy. Tedious, superlative form of tardy, most tardy. Tardef, a surname from French. Tardef, a surname. Tardefs, plural of tardef. Tardefs, plural of tardef. Tardigrade, sluggish, moving slowly. Tardigrades, plural of tardigrade. Tardigradologists, a biologist who specializes in studying tardigrades. Tardigradologists, plural of tardigradologists. Tardigratus, moving slowly, slow-paced. Tardily, in a tardy fashion, belatedly, late. Tardiness, the state or quality of being tardy. Tardinesses, plural of tardiness. TARDIS, the time machine and spacecraft used by the Doctor in the British sci-fi television series Doctor Who, which is larger on the inside than its exterior that of a British police box suggests, or any of the conceptually similar time machines used by other members of the Doctor's race, the Time Lords. TARDIS, alternative form of TARDIS time machine from the series Doctor Who, which is larger on the inside than the outside. TARDIS blue, the dark blue color of a traditional police box. TARDIS-like, rare spelling of TARDIS-like. TARDIS-like, resembling the TARDIS in character or manner, as in appearing like a British police box, being unexpectedly capacious or providing an immersive view of history. TARDISes, plural of TARDIS. TARDISes, plural of TARDIS. TARDIsh, stupid, moronic. TARDIS-like, rare spelling of TARDIS-like. Tardide, slowness. Tardiness. Tardive, belated of symptoms, etc. Tardive dyskinesia, involuntary, repetitive movements as a side effect of dopamine antagonists that can be permanent. Tardive dyskinesias, plural of tardive dyskinesia. Tardively, in a tardive way. Tardiless, a young or inconsequential fool. Tardlets, plural of tardlet. Tardling, a contemptible person, especially a foolish one. Tardlings, plural of tardling. Tardo, a sloth animal. Tardos, plural of tardo. Tards, plural of tard. Tardy, a surname. Tardy slip, a piece of paper given to a student who is late to school to authorize the student to proceed to class. Tardy slips, plural of tardy slip. Tede, present participle and gerund of tardy. Tede, any particle with non-zero mass, i.e. one that travels more slowly than the speed of light. Tedene, of or pertaining to tardians. Tedans, plural of tardian. Tardis, plural of tardy. Radiotelephony clear code word for the letter T. House, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Erkta, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Terror, weighed, determined, reduced to equal or standard weight. Tarian, a member of a Sarbari Pashtun tribe residing in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Tarians, plural of Tarin. Taria, a broker in Pegu. Targas, plural of Targa. Ter, synonym of pearl mullet. Targat, alternative form of Taraka. Tergats, plural of Terkat. Terks, plural of Terk. Termi, a surname from Persian. Terran Flurbil, The single enantiomer of the racemate NSAID flurbiprofen, researched but discarded as a treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Tarantella, alternative form of tarantella the dance. Tarantellas, plural of tarantella. Tarentine, of or pertaining to tarentum. Tarentines, plural of tarentine. Tarantism, alternative form of tarantism. Tarento, a celebrity who regularly appears on mass media in Japan, especially as a panelist on variety shows. Tarentos, plural of Tarento. Tarantula, dated form of tarantula. Tarantulas, plural of tarantula. Tarentum, former name of Taranto, a city in Italy. Ter, a male given name from Arabic. Third person singular simple present indicative of ter. Terrace, second person singular simple past indicative of tier. Tar, alternative form of tariff Indian land division. Tarfdar, alternative form of Tarifdar. Tarfdars, plural of tarfdar. Tartile, synonym of tarball. Tarthiles, plural of tarfile. Tarps, plural of tarf. Tar, any member of House Targaryen. Target timing, a system of timing formerly used in car rallying. Targa top, a semi-convertible car body style with a removable roof section and a full-width roll bar behind the seats. Targa tops, plural of targa top. Tard, a small shield. Targes, plural of targe. Target, a butt or mark to shoot at as for practice or to test the accuracy of a firearm or the force of a projectile. Target audience, the primary group of people for whom a publication, advertisement, or other type of media is designed to appeal. Target audiences, plural of target audience. Target cell, any cell having a specific receptor for an antibody, antigen, or hormone. Target cells, plural of target cell. Target control, a management or technique which is aimed at controlling an infection within a target population. Target controls, plural of target control. Target domain, within a conceptual metaphor, the conceptual domain that we try to understand in terms of source domain. Target domains, plural of target domain. Target for tonight, a girlfriend or lover. Target girl, a female assistant in impalement acts such as knife throwing, archery, or sharpshooting, in which the thrower or marksman aims near the assistant rather than at her, without causing injury. Target girls, plural of target girl. Target group, the primary group of people that something, usually an advertising campaign, is designed to appeal to. Target groups, plural of target group. Target language, the language a learner is attempting to acquire. Target languages, plural of target language. Target letter, an official letter from the United States Department of Justice informing someone that they are being investigated and may be charged with a crime. Target letters, plural of target letter. Target man, synonym of center forward. Target market, A group of people whose needs and preferences match the product range of a company and to whom those products are marketed. Target marketing, the act or practice of matching a group of people with a product range of a company. Target markets, plural of target market. Target men, plural of target man. Target of opportunity, a target onto which one's attack is diverted as soon as it is seen or becomes known. Target practice, any exercise in which projectiles are fired at a specified target, typically for the purpose of improving aim. Target range, synonym of shooting range. Target ranges, plural of target range. Target rating point, a metric that estimates how well a television program or advertisement reached its target audience. Target rating points, plural of target rating point. Target text, the finished product of a translated text. Target texts, plural of target texts. Target timing, the choice of an optimal window or moment for administering treatments, interventions, or medications to achieve the desired therapeutic outcomes. Target-like, of a linguistic feature produced by a language learner, like that linguistic feature as it occurs in the target language. Targetabilities, plural of targetability. Targetability, the potential to be aimed at or customized for a specific market. Targetable, that can be targeted directed towards a target. Targeted. Simple past and past participle of target. Targeted killing, the intentional killing by government or its agents of a civilian or unlawful combatant who is not in that government's custody and who is taking part in an armed conflict or terrorism, whether by bearing arms or otherwise, and is thus regarded by the government as having lost the immunity from being targeted that he or she would otherwise have under the Geneva Conventions. Targeted killings, plural of targeted killing. Targetedly, in a targeted manner. Targetedness, the state or condition of being targeted. Targeteer, someone who tests the accuracy of weapons, especially by firing them at calibrated targets. Targeteers, plural of targeteer. Targeter, a person who selects targets typically for a remote weapons system. Targeters, plural of targeter. Taille, alternative form of targeteer, one armed with a target or shield. Targeteers, plural of targeteer. Targeting, involved in the transportation or correct positioning of a protein inside or outside a specific region of the cell. Targetings, plural of targeting. Targetless, without a target. Targetlessness, absence of a target. Target-like, resembling or characteristic of a target. Targetman, alternative form of target man. Targetmen, plural of targetman. Targetoid, a structure or lesion that resembles a target. Targetoids, plural of targetoid. Targetome, all the microRNA targets of an organism. Targetomes, plural of targetome. Targetron, a plasmid that selectively targets a specific gene. Targetrons, plural of targetron. Targets, plural of target. Targets for tonight, plural of target for tonight. Targets of opportunity, plural of target of opportunity. TARDIS, A surname. Targetable. Alternative spelling of targetable. Targeted. Non-standard spelling of targeted. Targeter. Alternative form of targeter. Targeters. Plural of targeter. Targeting. Alternative spelling of targeting. Tardy. A sheep of a dual-purpose breed with heavy, medium-quality wool and good meat production characteristics. Targies. Plural of targi. Targuling. Any young member of House Targaryen. Targulings. Plural of Targuling. Targovis. A city in Dambavita County, Muntenia, in southern Romania. Targs. Plural of Tar. Targs. Soruveci. A village and commune of Prahovo County, Romania. Targu Carbonesti. A city in Gorj County, Romania. Taurideu. A city in Gorj County, Romania. Targu Lapis. A city in Marimios County, Romania. Targu Miers. A city in Mios County, Romania. Targu Secuiesc. A city in Cavazna County, Romania. Tarno. Alternative letter case form of Targum. Targumic. Relating to a Targum. Targumical. Synonym of Targumic. Targumim. Plural of Targum. Targumus. A writer of a Targum. Targumiste. Relating to a Targum. Targumists. Plural of Targumists. Targumize. To translate the Tanakh into Aramaic. Targumize. Simple past and past participle of targumize. Targumizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of targumize. Targumizing. Present participle. And gerund of targumize. Tardums. Plural of targum. Tarhana. A dried food based on a fermented mixture of grain and yogurt or fermented milk, usually made into a thick soup with water, stock, or milk. Tarhanas. Plural of tarhana. Tario. Alternative form of tar heel. Tar-eeler. Alternative form of tar heel. Tar-eelers. Plural of tar healer. Tar-eels. Plural of tar heel. Tarhania. A kind of egg-based pasta in the shape of small balls. TARI. Acronym of Tanzania Agricultural Research Institute. TARI. A small gold coin worth a quarter of a dinar struck by the Arabs of Sicily in the 9th century. Tariana. An indigenous people of the Vapaz or Uapaz River in the Amazon region of Brazil and Colombia. Taribavirin. An experimental antiviral drug, a prodrug of ribavirin. Tarija. A district in Huaraz, Peru. Taricte. Applied to the hornbills of the genus Penelopides. Tariff. A system of government-imposed duties levied on imported or exported goods, a list of such duties or the duties themselves. Tariff barrier. A barrier to trade between countries in the form of high taxes or duties which may be imposed by a government. Tariff barriers. Plural of tariff barrier. Tariffable. On which a tariff must be paid. Tariffs. Simple past and past participle of tariff. Tarification. The conversion of an economy or trading agreement to work on a system of tariffs. Tarifications. plural of tarification. Tariffing, present participle and gerund of tariff. Tariffism, a system of economic tariffs. Tariffist, a person in favor of economic tariffs. Tariffists, plural of tariffists. Tarify, synonym of tariffist. Tariffites, plural of tariffite. Tariffies, to adapt to a system of charging money by tariffs. Tariffized, simple past and past participle of tariffies. Tariffizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tariffies. Tariffizing, present participle and gerund of tariffies. Tariffless, without a tariff. Tariffs, plural of tariff. Tariji, a barangay of Tarlac City. Tarlac, Philippines. Tariki, other power, outside help. Shin Buddhism, practice that assumes one's own capability is not sufficient, instead relying on other powers. See also Jiriki. Tarim, a river in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Tarim Basin, an endorheic basin in Xinjiang Autonomous Region, northwest China, occupying an area of about 906,500 km to 350,000 sq mi. Tarim Pendi, synonym of Tarim Basin. Tare, a surname. Tere, present participle and gerund of tear. Terens, plural of tearing. Tarens, plural of tarin. Tara, the 86th Surah chapter of the Quran. Tarika, a religious order of Sufism formed around a murshid. Tarika, alternative form of tarika. Tarikas, plural of tarika. Tarikas, plural of tarika. Tarikats, alternative form of tarika. Tarikats, plural of tarikat. Taraquidar, a particular inhibitor of PEP-glycoprotein. Tariric acid, an acetylenic fatty acid, octadic, 6-enoic acid found in the tariri plant. Taurus, plural of tyri. Tarjan's algorithm, an algorithm for finding the strongly connected components SECS of a directed connected graph by using the depth first search function. Tarjay, target. Tarta, heated oil or ghee in which spices and onion, etc. are well stirred and browned. Tarka dal, alternative form of dal tarka. Tarka dal, alternative form of dal tarka. Tarka dal, alternative form of dal tarka. Tarka di hal, alternative form of dal tarka. Tarkalani, synonym of Tarkani. Tarkani, a Pashtun tribe mainly settled in Bajor Agency, Lower Dyer district of Pakistan, but originally from the Lagman province of modern-day Afghanistan. Tarkanian, a surname from Armenian. Tarkari, a side dish of vegetables. Tarkashi, an Indian form of inlay art on wood. Tarte, a surname from Hebrew. Tarkan, a carpentry caste in Punjab. Tarkans, plural of Tarkan. Tarthan, a Georgian carbonated soft drink flavored with tarragon or woodruff. Tagay, an isometric hexatetrahedral black mineral containing copper, iron, molybdenum, rhenium, and sulfur. Tarkington, a surname. Tarkingtonian, of or relating to Booth Tarkington 1869–1946, American novelist and dramatist. Tarkingtons. Plural of Tarkington. Tarkovskian, of or relating to Andrei Tarkovsky Russian, a nda yoakut gatki a rs yoakut en yuryeva icheta oakut vsk igatki, 1932–1986, Russian filmmaker, whose work is characterized by long takes, unconventional dramatic structure, and spiritual and metaphysical themes. Tagus bien, alternative form of Tarkovskian. Tarmpur, a town in western region, Ghana. Tarlac, a province of central Luzon, Philippines. Capital and largest city, Tarlac City. Tarlac City, a city in Tarlac, central Luzon, Philippines. Tarlatamab, a drug used to treat small cell lung cancer. Tarlatan, a thin muslin with an open weave, once used for ball gowns, etc. Tarlatained, dressed in tarlatan. Tarletans, plural of tarlatan. Tarlatan, alternative form of tarlatan. Tarletans, plural of tarlatan. Tarlatan, alternative form of tarlatan. Tarletans, plural of tarletan. Tarleton, a large village and civil parish in West Lancashire District. Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 4520. Tarletons, plural of Tarleton. Tarlai, resembling tar. Tarle, a surname. Tarlasua, a commune of Bistritna-Sod County, Romania. Tarleton, a surname. Tarletonian, of or relating to Richard Tarleton 1530–1588, English actor and famous clown of his era. Tarletons, plural of Tarleton. Tarlan Jenny, a village and commune of Brasov County, Romania. Tar. Pronunciation spelling of term, representing dialectal English. Tarmac, tarmacadam. Tarmacadam, a mixture of tar and small stones used in paving. Tarmacadamed, simple past and past participle of tarmacadam. Tarmacademing, present participle and gerund of tarmacadam. Tarmacadams, plural of tarmacadam. Tarmaxid, simple past and past participle of tarmac. Tamaxe, present participle and gerund of tarmac. Tarmace, simple past and past participle of tarmac. Tarmacing, present participle and gerund of tarmac. Tarmacked, simple past and past participle of tarmac. Tarmacking, present participle and gerund of tarmac. Tarmacky, resembling or characteristic of tarmac. Tarmacs, plural of tarmac. Tarma, a surname. Tarmans, plural of tarman. Tarms, plural of tarm. Dar, a department of Occitania, France. Capital and largest city, Albi in C code 81. Tarnet-Garonne, a department of Occitania, France. Capital, Montauban. Tarn-et-Mer, a village and commune of Sărumer County, Romania. Tarmo, damned as an intensifier. Tarnole, damned as an intensifier. Tarnasari, obsolete form of tenasserim. Tarnation, the act or process of damnation or reprobation, hell. Tarnations, plural of tarnation. Tarnava Mare, a river in Romania. Tarnava Mica, a river in Romania. Tarnavni, a city in Ios County, Romania. Tarnish, oxidation or discoloration, especially of a decorative metal exposed to air. Tarnishable, capable of becoming tarnished. Tarnish, simple past and past participle of tarnish. Tarnished plant bug, a plant bug, Lygus lanularis, known as a very serious pest on a wide variety of crops throughout North America. Tarnished plant bugs, plural of tarnished plant bug. Tarnisher, one who, or that which tarnishes. Tarnishers, plural of tarnisher. Tarnishes, third person singular simple present indicative of tarnish. Tarnishes, second person singular simple present indicative of tarnish. Tarnisha, third person singular simple present indicative of tarnish. Tarnishing, present participle and gerund of tarnish. Tarnishings, plural of tarnishing. Tarnishment. Tarnishing. Tarnishments, plural of tarnishment. Tarnishproof, resistant to tarnishing. Tarnish. Simple past and past participle of tarnish. Tarnlai, resembling or characteristic of a tarn. Tarnamazag, a city in Subcarpathian Voivodeship, Poland. Sarnova, a village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Tarnovsky, a surname from Bulgarian. Tarnovsky, a surname from Russian. Tarno, a city in southeastern Poland. Tarnowski, a surname from Polish. Tarnowski Góry, a large town in Silesian Voivodeship, Poland. Tarns, plural of tarn. Tero, a river and valley in Italy. Taro cake, a type of savory Chinese cake made from flour and taro, often topped with fried shallots and chopped spring onions, served either steamed or pan-fried. Taro cakes, plural of taro cake. Taro Island, one of the Solomon Islands. Taro patch fiddle, a five-stringed musical instrument originating in the traditional music of Hawaii. Taro patch fiddles, plural of taro patch fiddle. Tara, dated form of taro. Tarox, plural of tara. Taroff, alternative form of taroff. Taragato, a reed instrument originating from Hungary. Taragatos, plural of taragato. Tara, dated form of taro. Taroko, Taroko people, descendants of true Cushitic people who moved to the east side of Formosa in the 16th century. Tarox, plural of Tarak. Tara, one of the cantons of Terubaran province of Greater Armenia. Terans, plural of Terran. Taros, plural of tarot. Tarosophy, the art of reading tarot cards, Tarotology. Tarot, a card game played in various different variations. Tarot, of or relating to tarot. Tarotess, one who performs tarot readings, a tarot reader. Tarotess, plural of tarotess. Tarotologist, a person who reads tarot cards, a tarotist. Tarotologists, plural of tarotologists. Tarotology, the practice of reading tarot cards for the purpose of mystical divination. Taros, plural of tarot. Taradent, a Moroccan city located in the South Valley in the southern part of the country. Tar, acronym of Troubled Asset Relief Program. Tar, a tarvalin. Tarpa, an extinct northern European wild horse, Equus ferus ferus. Tarpens, plural of tarpan. Tarpaper, a heavy paper coated with tar used to waterproof walls and roofs. Tarpaper, simple past and past participle of tarpaper. Tarpapering, present participle and gerund of tarpaper. Tarpapers, plural of tarpaper. Tarpaulin, a tarp, a heavy, waterproof sheet of material, often cloth, used as a cover or blanket. Tarpaulin, simple past and past participle of tarpaulin. Tarpaulin, archaic form of tarpaulin. Tarpaulings, plural of tarpauling. Tarpaulining, present participle and gerund of tarpaulin. Tarpaulins, plural of tarpaulin. Tart, simple past and past participle of tarb. Tartain, relating to the Tarpeian Rock, a steep cliff of the southern summit of the Capitoline Hill, used as an execution site in ancient Rome. Tarbeats, an ancient people who once lived along the Meotian swamp, leaving little to no trace. Tarby, a surname from Irish. Tarby Village, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. Tardis, plural of Tarby. Tarfeishracon, a shell or conch in which the whorls or volutions are in contact but are not deeply involute. Tarfeishracons, plural of Tarfeishracum. Tarfeishraconic, relating to, composed of, or having the form of a tarfeishracon. Tarfeisrata, any extinct nautiloid cephalopod in the family Tarfeisratidae. Tarfeisratids, plural of Tarfeisrata. Tarfeisrida, any member of the order Tarfeisrida. Tarfeisrids, plural of Tarfeisrid. Tarfeisroi, a member of the extinct order Tarfeisrida. Tarficone, Tarfeishracone. Tarficones, plural of tarficone. Tarficonic, Tarfeisraconic, sometimes specifically if immature. Tarpung, present participle and gerund of tar. Tardas, a lake of asphalt formed when subterranean bitumen leaks to the ground surface. Such pits are important in forming fossil fuel reserves. They are also apt to trap passing animals, which become fossilized in the tar. Tarpets, plural of tarpet. Tarpete, simple past and past participle of tarpet. Tarpeting. Present participle and gerund of tarpet. Tarply. A surname. Tarples. Plural of tarply. Tartfawn. Any of several fishes of the family Elapidae or Megalopidae, especially a large silvery game fish. Tarpons. Plural of tarpon. Tarpoli. A village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 5562. Tartai. A pat used for carrying tar. Tarpots. Plural of tarpos. Tarvus. Plural of tarp. Tarmo. A large marine fish Atlantic tarpon of species Megalops atlanticus of the southern United States and the West Indies with large silvery scales. Tarbums. Plural of tarpum. Targa. A moon of Saturn. Tarquoy. Family name of a dynasty of Etruscan kings who ruled Rome until 509 BC. Tarquinian. Of or relating to Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, died 495 BC, the legendary seventh and final king of Rome, famed for being proud. Tarquinians. Plural of Tarquinian. Tarquidiao. A surname from Italian. Tarquidiaos. Plural of Tarquinio. Do. A surname. Taravo. Terrible. Terrace. Obsolete form of trass. Terraces. Plural of terrace. Taradiddle. A trivial lie, a fib. Taradiddles. Plural of taradiddle. Tarrafal. A city in northern Santiago, Cape Verde, the seat of the municipality of Tarrafal. Tarrafal de São Nicolau, a city in the southwest of the island of São Nicolau, Cape Verde. Tarragon. A perennial herb, the wormwood species Artemisia dracunculus, from Europe and parts of Asia. Tarragona. A city and port in Catalonia, Spain. Tarragonan. Of, from, or relating to the city or province of Tarragona, Catalonia, Spain. Tarragonans. Plural of Tarragonan. Tarragons. Plural of Tarragon. Terrace. A surname. Terrences. Plural of Terrence. Toa. A surname. Tarrant County. One of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Fort Worth, named after Edward H. Toet. Tarantine. A member of a Micmac band inhabiting northern New England, particularly coastal Maine. Tarantines. Plural of Tarantine. Terrapin. Obsolete form of terrapin. Terrapins. Plural of terrapin. Dewas. A surname. Terrazes. Plural of terras. Terras. Archaic form of terrask. Terrasks. Plural of terras. Taraxena. A form of kazamba that has a strong electronic base. To incite. To provoke, to spur on. Tar. Simple past and past participle of tar. Tarred and feathered. Simple past and past participle of tar and feather. Tarred out. Simple past and past participle of tar out. Tarred with the same brush. Simple past and past participle of tar with the same brush. Tarred and feathered. Simple past and past participle of tar and feather. Para. A male given name. Ours. Third person singular simple present indicative of tar obs to incite or provoke. Tariance, the act of taying, dalliance. Tariances, plural of tariance. Tarry, simple past and past participle of tarry. Tave, a layabout or loiterer, someone who tarries. Tarriers, plural of tarry. Tarries, plural of tarry. Tais, superlative form of tarry, most tarry. Taria, third person singular simple present indicative of tarry. Tariff, misspelling of tariff. Tariff, misspelling of tariff. Terrify, simple past and past participle of terrify. Terrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of terrify. Terrify. To terrify. Terrifying, present participle and gerund of terrify. Terribly, in a tarry manner. Tarriness, the state or condition of being tarry. Tarring, an application of tar. Tarring and feathering, present participle and gerund of tar and feather. Tarring out, present participle and gerund of tar out. Tarring with the same brush, present participle and gerund of tar with the same brush. Tarring and feathering, present participle and gerund of tar and feather. Tarrings, plural of tarring. Tadeo, a surname. Tarish, synonym of tarry resembling tar. Tarach, a yon kittiwake. Tarax, plural of tarak. Tars, plural of tar. Taraf, alternative form of Taraf Indian Land Division. Tarafdar, alternative form of Tarafdar. Tarafdars, plural of Tarafdar. Tarafs, plural of Taraf. Tari, a surname. Tari, present participle and gerund of tarry. Taiwe, so as to tarry. Taya, plural of tarrying. Tarries, plural of Terry. Terrytown, a village in the town of Greenburgh in Westchester County, New York, United States. Tars, plural of tar. Tars and feathers, third person singular simple present indicative of tar and feather. Tars owls, third person singular simple present indicative of tar owls. Tars with the same brush, third person singular simple present indicative of tar with the same brush. Tars, of or relating to the tarsus. Tars and feathers, third person singular simple present indicative of tar and feather. Tars, of or relating to the tarsus. Tarsal bone, any of the 7 bones of the tarsus. Tarsal bones, plural of tarsal bone. Tarsal gland, synonym of meibomian gland. Tarsal glands, plural of tarsal gland. Tarsal tunnel syndrome, a nerve compression syndrome in which the tibial nerve is painfully entrapped as it travels through the tarsal tunnel along the inner leg behind the medial malleolus. Tarsal, one of the bones or cartilages of the tarsus, especially one of the series articulating with the metatarsals. Tarsalgia, pain in the tarsus. Tarsalgias, plural of tarsalgia. Tarsalia, plural of tarsal. Tarsally, in a tarsal manner or direction. Tarsals, plural of tarsal. Tarsand, land with sand containing tar. Tarzans, plural of tarsand. Tars, though penis. Tarsal, assault. Tarsectomies, plural of tarsectomy. Tarsectomy, the operation of removing one or more of the bones of the tarsus cluster of bones in the foot. Tarsal, obsolete form of tarsal. Tarsals, plural of tarsal. Tarsus, plural of tars. Darthat, a civil parish served by Tarset and Greysted Parish Council northwest of Bellingham. Northumberland, England. Taurish, the biblical name for Andalusia, from which was imported vast quantities of important metals to Phoenicia and Israel, identical with ancient Greek tau alpha rho tau eta sigma sigma omicron sigma tartessos. Tartessos. Tarsi, plural of Tarsus. Tarsia, in Tarsia. Tarsias, plural of Tarsia. Tarsi, an insectivorous primate of the family Tarsiidae, having very large eyes and long feet, native mainly to several islands of Southeast Asia. Tarsiers, plural of Tarsier. Tet, any primate in the family Tarsiidae. Tetes, plural of Tarsier. Tarsiform, any primate of the infraorder Tarsiforms. Tarsiforms, plural of Tarsiform. Tarsoi, a tertiary or extinct relative, any member of the infraorder Tarsiforms. Tarsoides, plural of Tarsioi. Tarsiptid, any member of the Tarsiptidae, which is currently considered to consist of one species, Tarsips rostratus, the honey possum. Tarseptids, plural of tarsiptid. Tarsitis, inflammation of the tarsal border of an eyelid, marginal blupharitis. Tarskavag, a village on the west coast of Sleat, Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref NG 5809. Tarsby, a surname from Polish. Tarski's fixed point theorem, synonym of Nastor-Tarski theorem. Tarski-Kuratowski algorithm, a non-deterministic algorithm that produces an upper bound for the complexity of a given formula in the arithmetical hierarchy and analytical hierarchy. Tarski-Seidenberg theorem, a theorem stating that a set in n plus one-dimensional space defined by polynomial equations and inequalities can be projected down onto n-dimensional space, and the resulting set is still definable in terms of polynomial identities and inequalities. Tarskian, of or relating to Alfred Tarski 1901-1983, Polish logician, mathematician, and philosopher. Tarsgiz, plural of Tarski. Tarsal, a surname. Tarso, of or relating to the tarsus. Tarsoconjunctival, tarsal and conjunctival. Tarsocrural, relating to the tarsus and the bones of the leg. Tarsome, pronunciation spelling of tiresome. Tarsomer, a particular subsegment of an insect tarsus. Tarsomers, plural of tarsomer. Tarsomtatarsal, of or pertaining to both the tarsus and metatarsus. Tarsomtatarsi, plural of tarsomtatarsus. Tarsomtatarsus, the large bone in the leg of a bird, or some bird-like dinosaurs, connected to the foot, homologous to the mammalian tarsus and metatarsus. Tarsomid, any member of the family Tarsomidae of mites. Tarsomids, plural of tarsomid. Tarsoraphy, misspelling of tarsoraphy. Tarsoraphies, plural of tarsoraphy. Tarsoraphy, a surgical procedure in which the eyelids are partially sewn together to narrow the opening. Tarsatarsal, metatarsul. Tacitibial, relating to the tarsal bones and the tibia. Tarsotomies, plural of tarsotomy. Tarsotomy, the operation of cutting or removing the tarsal cartilages of the eye. Tarsus, a city in Mersin province in southeastern Turkey, an important center of Cilicia since antiquity. Tarsus, having a specified type of tarsus. Or, a surname. Tartburmer, a decorative, usually ceramic, pot containing a candle made from fragrant wax. Tart burners, plural of tart burner. Tart card, a card advertising the services of a prostitute. Tart cards, plural of tart card. Tart ring, a small pastry ring for use when baking tarts. Tart up, to dress so as to be more sexually attractive, especially with makeup and revealing clothing. Tartan, the commander-in-chief of ancient Assyria. Tartan Army, the fans of the Scottish national football team. Tartan Noir, Scottish hard-boiled crime fiction. Tartan tax, an addition to income tax payable only by those in Scotland as a result of the Scottish variable rate. Tartan taxes, plural of tartan tax. Tartan Tories, plural of tartan Tory. Tartan Tory, a member or supporter of the Scottish National Party connoting sentimentality or old-fashionedness. Tartana, alternative spelling of tartan sailing vessel. Tartanas, plural of tartana. Tarte, alternative spelling of tartan sailing vessel. Tartained, simple past and past participle of tartan. Tartains, plural of tartain. Tartanella, a buggy, a small lightweight carriage usually pulled by a single horse. Tartanellas, plural of tartanella. Tartaning, present participle and gerund of tartan. Tartanization, process of tartanizing. Tartanize, to make something stereotypically Scottish, to tartan. Tartanize, simple past and past participle of tartanize. Tartanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tartanize. Tartanizing, present participle and gerund of tartanize. Tartan, alternative form of tartan. Tartamery, kitsch elements of Scottish culture emphasized by the tourist industry. Tartans, clothes made from tartan fabric, specifically full Highland dress. Tartar, Alternative spelling of tartar. Tartar emetic, a poisonous salt, potassium antimonyl tartrate, used as an expectorant. Tartar sauce. Alternative spelling of tartare sauce. Tartar sauces, plural of tartar sauce. Tartare, treated or mixed with tartaric acid or a tartrate. Tartar, chopped fine and served raw. Tartare sauce, a sauce made from mayonnaise and a chopped mixture of pickled gherkins, capers, olives, and shallots, traditionally served with fish or other seafood. Tartare sauces, plural of tartare sauce. Tartarian, of or relating to Tartarus. Tartarians, plural of Tartarian. Tartarus, consisting of tartar, of the nature of tartar. Tartares, plural of tartare. Tartarst, reminiscent of the tartars. Tartarian, a tartar. Tartarian honeysuckle, Lonicera tatarica, a honeysuckle native to parts of Asia and widespread in North America, with oval or rounded leaves and white, pink or red flowers. Tartarian honeysuckles, plural of Tartarian honeysuckle. Tartarian lamb, synonym of vegetable lamb. Tartarian lambs, plural of Tartarian lamb. Tartarians, plural of Tartarian. Tartaric, of or relating to Tartary or the Tartars, Tartarian. Tartaric acid, the aldaric acid 2,3-dihydroxysuccinic acid that occurs naturally in many plants, in wine and in tamarind. It is used as the salts cream of tartar and Rochelle salt. Tartaric acids, plural of tartaric acid. Tartary, potassium carbonate obtained by the incineration of tartar. Tartarize, alternative form of tartarize. Tartarize, simple past and past participle of tartarize. Tartarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tartarize. Tartarish, of or relating to the Tartars. Tartarizing, present participle and gerund of tartarize. Tartarization, treatment with tartar emetic, especially as a treatment for syphilis. Tartarizations, plural of tartarization. Tartarize, to impregnate with or subject to the action of tartar. Tartarize, tartarative. Tartarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tartarize. Tartarizing, present participle and gerund of tartarize. Tartarly, resembling or characteristic of a tartar. Tartarly, fearsome and aggressive. Tartaroborate, any double salt of tartrate and borate. Tartaroborates, plural of tartaroborate. Tartarus, of, pertaining to, or derived from tartar. Tartars, plural of tartar. Tartarum, tartar. Tartarus, a dark and gloomy part of the realm of Hades reserved for the damned and the wicked, such as the Titans, an equivalent of hell in Greek and Roman mythology. Tartary, the Eurasian steppe. Tartarin, a costly cloth, probably a kind of silk. Tartarins, plural of tartarin. Tarte flambée, a baked dish consisting of a thin, crispy bread base covered with crème fraîche, usually topped with onion and bacon. Tarte tatin, a type of upside-down cake in which the fruit, usually apples, is caramelized in butter and sugar. Tarted. Simple past and past participle of tart. Tarted hub. Simple past and past participle of tart up. Tartelet. Alternative form of tartlet. Tartelet. Plural of tartelet. Tartemorion. An ancient Greek silver coin. Tarte. To make tart or bitter. Titan. Simple past and past participle of tartan. Tightening. Present participle and gerund of tartan. Tartans. Third person singular simple present indicative of tartan. Tartar. A surname. Tartars. Plural of tartar. Tarts tatin. Plural of tart tatin. Tartessian. Of or pertaining to Tartessos. Tartessians. Plural of Tartessian. Tartessos. The Greek name of Cartea. Tartessus. Alternative form of Tartessos. Tartus. Superlative form of tart, most tart. Teddy. Comparative form of tardy, more tardy. Tardis. Superlative form of tardy, most tardy. Tartiflette. A dish from Savoy made of Reblochon cheese, potatoes, and onions. Tartiflettes. Plural of tartiflette. Tartily. In a tardy manner. Tartine. A slice of bread topped with sweet or savory spreadable foods such as butter, jam, honey, cream, or sauce. Tartines. Plural of tartine. Tartiness. The quality of being teddy. Tarting. Present participle and gerund of tart. Tarting up. Present participle and gerund of tart up. Tartini tone. Synonym of combination tone. Tartini tomes. Plural of Tartini tone. Tartinian. Of or relating to the violinist Giuseppe Tartini, applied especially to combination tones, with whose discovery he is credited. Tartish. Mildly or slightly tart. Tartless. A small tart pastry. Tartlets. Plural of tartlet. Tartalt. Obsolete form of tartlet. Tartalts. Plural of tartalt. Tartlie. Resembling or characteristic of a tart confection. Tartly. In a tart manner, sourly or bitterly. Tartness. The characteristic of being tart, sharpness of taste. Tartness. Obsolete form of tartness. Tartnesses. Plural of tartness. Tartogo. About stock. Tartove. A low-pitched double-reed musical instrument of the European Renaissance, similar to a racket, with a bore formed from cylindrical metal tubing bent into a spiral. Tartolds. Plural of tartol. Tartralic acid. An acid obtained as a white amorphous deliquescent substance, C8HO, that is a dimeric form of tartaric acid. Tartrame. Any salt of tartramic acid. Tartramates. Plural of tartramate. Tartramic acid. The monoamide of tartaric acid. Tartramide. An acid amide derivative of tartaric acid. Tartramides. Plural of tartramide. Tartrate. Any salt or ester of tartaric acid. Tartrated. Alternate. form of tartarated. Tartrates, plural of tartrate. Tartrazine, dated form of tartrazine. Tartrazine, a lemon yellow azo dye used as a food coloring. Tartrazines, plural of tartrazine. Tartralic acid, an anhydride C4H4O5 of tartaric acid. Tartro, tartar, tartralin, any of a group of bornated antibiotics present in a myxobacterium of the genus Sarangium. Tartralins, plural of tartralin. Tartrinate, any salt of tartronic acid. Tartrinates, plural of tartrinate. Tartronic acid, an organic acid obtained by reduction of mesic-salic acid. Tartronyl, a hypothetical radical constituting the characteristic residue of tartronic acid and certain of its derivatives. Tartravinic acid, ethyl tartaric acid. Tarts, plural of tart. Tarts up, third person singular simple present indicative of tart up. Or, a surname. Tarts, plural of tart. Tartu, the second largest city in Estonia. Tartu County, a county of Estonia. Tartuf, alternative form of Tartuf. Tartufs, plural of Tartuf. Tarduf, a religious hypocrite. Tardifuries, plural of tardifury. Tardifury, religious hypocrisy. Tardufs, plural of tarduf. Tartufish, hypocritical. Tartufism, religious hypocrisy. Tartufite, a discredited mineral species, a mixture of calcite and bitumen. Tartufi, plural of tartufo. Tartufish, alternative form of tartufish. Tartufism, alternative form of tartufism. Tartufo, an Italian dessert consisting of a ball of ice cream coated in chocolate with a cherry inside. Tartufos, plural of tartufo. Tardus, a city on a Mediterranean coast of Syria. Tartful woman, a woman who sells tarts. Tart woman, plural of tart woman. Tart, like a tart promiscuous woman, slutty whorish. Tyru, initialism of Technical Assistance Response Unit. Taruca, the North Andean deer, Hippocanalus anticensus. Taruf, alternative form of Taruf Indian Land Division. Tarufdar, alternative form of Tarufdar. Tarufdars, plural of Tarufdar. Tarufs, plural of Taruf. Taro, a barangay of Lubmanan, Camarines, Sir, Philippines. Daur, a curve or bend. Tarer, a surname. Tarverdian, a surname from Armenian. Tarverdians, plural of Tarverdian. Dars, plural of tar. Tevit, former name of Tarps. Tarre, a surname. Tarai, the flowering plant Boerhaavia diffusa. Tarvins, plural of Tarvin. Tarvizo, a town in Udine, Friuli Venezia Giulia, Italy, near the border with Austria. Tardos, a moon of Saturn. Tarawai, synonym of Tawar. Tarwater, a surname. Tarwaters, plural of tarwater. Tarwi, any of various American flowering plants that have sticky leaves. Tarweeds, plural of tarweed. Tarwai, a yellowish sea bream, Rabasarga sarba. Tarwines, plural of tarwine. Taryba, the Council of Lithuania. Tara, a female given name originating as a coinage. Tarzan, a heroic fictional character, raised in the jungle by apes. Tarzan swing, a rope swing, typically suspended from a tree, now especially installed in an outdoor activity center. Tarzan swings, plural of Tarzan swing. Tarzana, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Tarzan-esque, reminiscent of the fictional Tarzan, suggesting savage jungle life. Tarzanian, of, relating to, or in the style of the fictional character Tarzan. Tarzanians, plural of Tarzanian. Tarzanish, synonym of Tarzanian. Tarzans, plural of Tarzan. Tarzani, characteristic of, or resembling, the fictional character Tarzan, suggestive of savage jungle life. Tarue, the discount store Target. Das, abbreviation of Tasmania, estate of Australia. Ut, plural of TA. Das, alternative form of TAS, Tasmania. Das, plural of TIS. Tas to charge, the lower courses of ribs of a Gothic vault, laid horizontally and bonded into the wall, forming a solid mass. Das, abbreviation of Tasmania. Tasaj, jerky, dried meat. Tasbah, a worship service in the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria, consisting of praises glorifying God taken from the Psalms and other biblical sources and often chanted with a simple musical accompaniment of cymbals and triangle. Tasbahs, plural of tasbah. Tab, a form of dhikr that involves the repetitive utterances of short sentences in glorification of Allah in Islam by saying sub letter 1e25 a macron nall a macron h glorified is Allah. Tasbis, plural of tasbi. Tasbur, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 2095. Tapa, a village and commune of Nemt County, Romania. Taskal, a reward for information about the theft of cattle. Taskala, alternative form of Tilak Scala. Taskal, alternative form of Taskal. Tapin, a surname. As, to operate a taser or electroshock stun gun by using it against a subject. Da said. Simple past and past participle of TAS. Test. Simple past and past participle of tase. Athe, a surname. Speedruns created with the help of software tools. Taser. Alternative letter case form of taser. Taser. Simple past and past participle of taser. Tasering, present participle and gerund of taser. Tasers, plural of taser. Tasers, plural of taser. Das, plural of tas. Tases, third person singular simple present indicative of tase. Tastes, the secession or expulsion of the state of Tasmania from Australia or another Australian government initiative. That, a diminutive of the female given name Natasha. Taha, a female given name, diminutive of Natasha. Tahted, provision of a shadda symbol for Arabic words, sometimes also for Persian, Urdu, etc., which shows gemination of consonants. Tajolit, a Berber language of Morocco. Tajolit, alternative spelling of Tasholit. Tatar, a surname. Tashrif, alternative form of Tashrif. Tashrifs, plural of Tashrif. Tars, plural of Tasher. Tas, plural of Tash. Tashi Lama, synonym of Panchen Lama. Tashi Lamas, plural of Tashi Lama. Tajiro, a surname from Japanese. Tashiros, plural of Tashiro. Tashjian, a surname from Armenian. Tashians, plural of Tashjian. Tashkent, alternative spelling of Tashkent. Tashkandi, alternative form of Tashkenti. Tashkandis, plural of Tashkandi. Tashkent, obsolete form of Tashkent. Tashkent, the capital city of Uzbekistan. Tashkenter, a native or inhabitant of Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Tashkenters, plural of Tashkenter. Tashkendi, of or pertaining to Tashkent. Tashkentis, plural of Tashkenti. Tahgo, vowelization, vocalization or diacritization, the various diacritics, taken collectively, that are attached to Arabic letters in certain styles of writing and that indicates such features as vowels and gemination, consonant doubling, and absence of any vowels. Tashgurgan, alternative form of Taxgorgan. Ta'alit, alternative spelling of Tashalit. Ta'ali, alternative spelling of Tashalit. Tahli, alternative form of Tashlik. Tahli, a ritual practiced on Rosh Hashanah of throwing pieces of bread into a body of water, symbolically disposing of one's sins. Tashlinian, of or relating to Frank Tashlin, 1913-1972, American animator, cartoonist, children's writer, illustrator, screenwriter, and film director. Tashnai, alternative form of Dashnak. Tashnegs, plural of Tashnai. Tashnai, alternative form of Dashnak. Tashnaks, plural of Tashnak. Tagrif, a complimentary present and honorarium. Tagrifs, plural of Tashrif. Tasidatin, a particular tubulin binding drug, a synthetic derivative of dalastatin. Tasilach, a settlement in eastern Greenland. Tasek Malaya, a city in West Java, Indonesia. Tasaudan, A drug, a selective agonist for melatonin receptors that is under development for the treatment of insomnia and other sleep disorders. Tasimeter, an instrument for detecting or measuring minute extension or movements of solid bodies. It consists of a small rod or disc of carbon forming part of an electrical circuit, whose resistance varied by the changes of pressure produced by the movements of the object to be measured causes variations in the strength of the current, which are indicated by a sensitive galvanometer. Tasimeters. Plural of tasimeter. Tasimetric, of or relating to the tasimeter. Dasing, present participle and gerund of tes. Tasing, present participle and gerund of tase. TasRNA, transacting cRNA. TasRNA, alternative form of tasiRNA. TasRNAs, plural of tasiRNA. TasRNAs, plural of TasRNA. Das is, extending the sound of an utterance for the pleasure of saying or hearing it. Das, a piece of work done as part of one's duties. Task control. Synonym of time slicing. Task failed successfully. Used in response to a failure that leads to positive benefits. Task force. A group of people working towards a particular task, project, or activity, especially assigned in a particular capacity. Task forces, plural of task force. Task manager, a system monitor program used to provide information about the processes and applications running on a computer as well as the general status of the computer. Task managers, plural of task manager. Task work, alternative form of task work. Task force, a temporary group of military units brought together under a single commander to accomplish a specific objective. Task forces, plural of task force. Task negative, of a brain region, not active while the person is carrying out a goal-oriented task. Task-oriented, of a person or organization, focusing on prioritizing results above everything else and discounting or disregarding the personal development or satisfaction of the team as a whole. Task-orientedness, the state or quality of being task-oriented. Task positive, of a brain region, active while the person is carrying out a goal-oriented task. Task specific, referring to domain-specific languages that are designed around supporting specific user tasks. Task work, alternative form of task work. Task works, plural of task work. Taskable, to which tasks can be assigned. Taskables, plural of taskable. Taskbar, a bar on a computer desktop used to launch and monitor applications. Taskbars, plural of taskbar. Taskboard, in agile software development, a kind of notice board listing outstanding development tasks and who is responsible for them. Taskboards, plural of taskboard. That, simple past and past participle of task. Tasker, a surname. Taskers, plural of tasker. Tasks, a surname. Task force, alternative spelling of task force. Task forces, plural of task force. Tasking, present participle and gerund of tasks. Taskings, plural of tasking. Taskless, without a task. Tasklessness, absence of tasks. Tasklet, a kind of simple task in some operating systems. Tasklets, plural of tasklet. Task-like, resembling or characteristic of a task. Task list, a list or database of tasks to be completed. Task lists, plural of task lists. Taskmaster, someone who supervises workers, especially one who imposes hard or burdensome work. Taskmaster, befitting a taskmaster. Taskmasters, plural of taskmaster. Taskmastership, the role or status of taskmaster. Taskmistress, a woman who assigns tasks, a female overseer. Taskmistresses, plural of taskmistress. Taskpad, a graphical user interface that gathers several tasks into a single display, giving each one an icon. Taskpads, plural of taskpad. Tasks, plural of task. Taskscape, a collection of related tasks. Taskscapes, plural of taskscape. Taskset, a set of related tasks. Tasksets, plural of taskset. Tasksetter, one who sets a task. Tasksetters, plural of tasksetter. Tasksetting, the act of setting a task. Taskeat, a list of tasks to be performed or exercises to be completed. Taskeats, plural of tasksheet. Task tray, the notification area or tray, part of the taskbar. Task trays, plural of task tray. Task work, work that is done as a task. Taskworks, plural of task work. Happy, resembling a task, arduous, by extension time-consuming, tiresome, stressful. Taslakian, a surname from Armenian. Taslakians, plural of Taslakian. Taslan, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Taslanize, to produce air-textured yarn by feeding a bundle of continuous filament yarns into a small jet nozzle with various amounts of slack. Taslanize, simple past and past participle of taslanize. Taslanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of taslanize. Taslanizing, present participle and gerund of taslanize. Tatlet, a piece of armor formerly worn to guard the thighs, a tas. Tatlets, plural of taslet. Acronym of the Amazing Spider-Man. Tavan, a surname. Tasman Sea, a marginal sea of the Pacific Ocean. It is located between Australia and New Zealand. Tazunsen, a particular bacteriocin produced by the bacterium Erwinia tasmaniensis. Tasmania, one of the 6 federal states of Australia, consisting of one large, eponymous and several much smaller islands off the eastern part of Australia's south coast, a former British colony from 1856 to 1901. Capital, Hobart. Tasmania, a native or inhabitant of Tasmania, Australia. Tasmanian, of, from or relating to the state of Tasmania, Australia. Tasmanian blackwood, a tree, Acacia melanoxylon, native to eastern Australia and Tasmania, or especially the dark wood of this tree. Tasmanian blackwoods, plural of Tasmanian blackwood. Tasmanian blue gum, the Australian eucalyptus, Eucalyptus globulus. Tasmanian blue gums, plural of Tasmanian blue gum. Tasmanian boobook, a species of boobook owl, Ninox leucopsis, endemic to Tasmania and islands in the Bass Strait. Tasmanian boobooks, plural of Tasmanian boobook. Tasmanian cave spider, a species of large clawed spider, Hickmania troglodytes, found in Tasmania. Tasmanian devil, a carnivorous marsupial Cercophilus herzae found exclusively on the island of Tasmania. Tasmanian devils, plural of Tasmanian devil. Tasmanian emu, an extinct subspecies of the emu, Dromaeus novahellandii demonensis, once endemic to Tasmania, where it had become isolated during the late Pleistocene. Tasmanian emus, plural of Tasmanian emu. Tasmanian grass grub, black-headed pasture cockchafer. Tasmanian grass grubs, plural of Tasmanian grass grub. Tasmanian myrtle, synonym of Myrtle Beach. Tasmanian myrtles, plural of Tasmanian myrtle. Tasmanian native hen, alternative form of Tasmanian native hen. Tasmanian native hens, plural of Tasmanian native hen. Tasmanian native hen, alternative form of Tasmanian native hen. Tasmanian native hens, plural of Tasmanian native hen. Tasmanian native hen. Tribonyx mortieri, a flightless bird related to rails and coots. Tasmanian native hens, plural of Tasmanian native hen. Tasmanian oak, a native light-colored Australian hardwood produced by certain eucalyptus trees. Tasmanian tiger, an extinct carnivorous marsupial Thylacinus cynocephalus, once native to Tasmania. Tasmanian tigers, plural of Tasmanian tiger. Tasmanian wolf, Thylacine Thylacinus cynocephalus. Tasmanian wolves, plural of Tasmanian wolf. Tasmanians, plural of Tasmanian. Tasmanese. Zealandia. Tasmania, a female given name. Tassasitinib, Tafasitinib. Tassonerman, recombinant tumor necrosis factor alpha used as an immunostimulant. Tassisartan, an angiotensin Roman II receptor antagonist. Taspaglutide, a pharmaceutical drug, a glucagon-like peptide 1 agonist, under investigation for treatment of type 2 diabetes. Tasquelo, a town in Hidalgo, Mexico. Tasquinimod, a particular anti-angiogenic drug. TASS, Telegraph Agency of the Soviet Union. TASS, plural of TAS. TASS, a village in Bokskisken, Hungary. A large Indian drum, traditionally played at weddings. Tassawaf, TASS, a piece of armor for the hips and thighs, one of a set of plates each being of one piece or segmented hanging from the bottom of the breastplate or from folds. Tassel, a ball-shaped bunch of plaited or otherwise entangled threads from which at one end protrudes a cord on which the ball is hung and which may have loose, dangling threads at the other end often used as decoration along the bottom of garments, curtains, or other hangings. Tassel-eared squirrel, synonym of a Burt's squirrel. Tasseled, having tassels. Tasselet, a little tassel. Tassellets, plural of tasselet. Tasselflower, a tropical flower of the genus Emilia. Tasseling, a decorative fringe of tassels. Tassellings, plural of tasseling. Tassel, obsolete form of tiercel. Tasseled, having tassels. Tasseling, present participle and gerund of tassel. Tassellings, plural of tasseling. Tassels, plural of tassel. Tassely, resembling or characteristic of a tassel. Tassel maker, a maker of tassels. Tassel makers, plural of tassel maker. Tassel making, the manufacture of tassels. Tassels, plural of tassel. Tassel C, a mutation of maize characterized by irregular branching in its inflorescences, tassels, and ears, in addition to feminization of the tassel. Tassel seeds, plural of tassel seed. Tasselweed, Babia SBP a gas like aquatic. Tasselweeds, plural of tasselweed. Tally, alternative form of tassely. Tasseographer, a person who tells fortunes by reading tea leaves or coffee grounds. Tasseographers, plural of tasseographer. Tasseography, divination with tea leaves or coffee grounds. Tasseomancy, synonym of tasseography. Tasas, plural of tas. Tassa, a tass. Tassats, plural of tasset. Ta'a, alternative form of tasset tass. Taats, plural of tasset. As, a surname. As, Tasmania. Tassie devil, the Tasmanian devil marsupial native to the island of Tasmania. Tassie devils, plural of Tassie devil. Tasses, plural of Tassie. Tassin, a surname. Tassinari, a surname from Italian. Tassinaris, plural of Tassinari. Tassins, plural of Tassin. Tassel, misspelling of tassel. Tasseled, misspelling of tasseled. Tassels, plural of tassel. Tasso, a surname from Italian. Tassone, of war relating to Torquato Tasso 1544-1595, Italian poet. Sassology, synonym of tasseography. Tassone, a surname from Italian. Tassones, plural of tassum. Tatwedge, to assuage. Ace, obsolete spelling of taste. Tasteable, that can be tasted, that can be detected by one's sense of taste. Tasteably, so as to be detectable by the sense of taste. Testant, any substance that stimulates the sense of taste. Testants, plural of tastant. Taste, one of the sensations produced by the tongue in response to certain chemicals, the quality of giving this sensation. Taste blood, To sense weakness in another, encouraging one to attack, or figurative to press home an advantage in a debate, etc. Taste by. Alternative form of taste bud. Taste buds. Plural of taste bud. Taste map. Synonym of tongue map. Taste maps. Plural of taste map. Taste of one's own medicine. Harsh treatment inflicted on one who previously inflicted similar or equivalent treatment on others. Taste of one's own poison. Synonym of taste of one's own medicine. Taste pore. Any of the small openings in the tongue epithelium that allow dissolved food to come into contact with the taste receptors. Taste pores. Plural of taste pore. Taste off. An event at which several foods or drinks are tasted to determine which is the best. Taste-os. Plural of taste-off. Taste-test. To sample a food or drink in order to check its flavor. Taste-test. Third person singular simple present indicative of taste tests. Tasteable. Alternative spelling of tasteable. Taste bar. Any of the small organs on the tongue used for tasting. Taste buds. Plural of taste bud. Tasted. Simple past and past participle of taste. Tasteful. Having or exhibiting good taste, aesthetically pleasing or conforming to expectations or ideals of what is appropriate. Tastefully. In a tasteful manner. Tastefulness. The characteristic of being tasteful. Tasteless. Having no flavor, bland, insipid. Tastelessly. In a tasteless manner. Tastelessness. The quality, state, or characteristic of being tasteless. Tastelessnesses. Plural of tastelessness. Tastemaker. A trendsetter with respect to taste. Tastemakers. Plural of tastemaker. Taste-making. Influential in the determination of current taste. Taster. An object in which, or by which, food or drink is tasted, such as a small cup. Tasters. Plural of taster. Tastes. Plural of tastes. Tastes. Second person singular simple present indicative of taste. Taste. Third person singular simple present indicative of taste. Tasten. A small, shallow cup or saucer with a reflective surface, traditionally used by winemakers and sommeliers when judging the maturity and taste of a wine. Tastens. Plural of tasten. Taste-wise. In terms of taste. Tasty. Archaic spelling of tasty. Tasty. Plural of tasto. Tasty. Comparative form of tasty, more tasty. Tasties. Plural of tasty. Tastiest. Superlative form of tasty, most hasty. Tastily. In a tasty way. Tastiness. The quality of being tasty. Tastinesses. Plural of tastiness. Tasting. A small amount of food or drink. Tasting menu. A series of small, intricate dishes made using special techniques or with unusual or seasonal ingredients, served as a restaurant dining experience. Tasting menus. plural of tasting menu. Tastings, plural of tasting. Tasto. A key or similar part of a musical instrument that is touched to produce a sound. Tastes, plural of tastes. Tasty. Having a pleasant or satisfying flavor. Tasty cheese, a kind of aged cheddar cheese. Tazugi, a cord or sash used to gather up the sleeves of a kimono. Tasukazori, a kimurite in which the attacker ducks under his opponent's arm, grabs his arm and back leg and leans backwards, driving him over. Tasaldine, a mucolytic drug. Taswegian, a Tasmanian seaman. Taswegians, plural of Taswegian. That, initialism of total air temperature. That, a member of an Iranian people presently living within Azerbaijan, Armenia, and southern Dagestan in Russia. Dat up, to apply at to. The station code of Tatnagar Junction Railway Station in India. A surname found in India. Tata box, a DNA sequences regulatory element found in the promoter region of genes in archaea and eukaryotes. Tata boxes, plural of Tata box. Tata for now, alternative form of Tata for now. Tadabanya, a city in Hungary. Ada, a bird called Pinto's spinetail, with scientific name Synallaxis infuscata, found in northeastern Brazil. Tatax, plural of tata. At-ati, thinly sliced raw, or lightly cooked bonito, tuna, or beef. Tatakis, plural of tataki. Tadaulan, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Tatamagoch, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. Tatami, straw matting, in a standard size, used as a floor covering in Japanese houses. Tatamid, furnished with a tatami mat. Tatamis, plural of tatami. Ata, alternative form of dadan. Tatanagar, a railway station in Jamshedpur, Jharkhand, India. Tatang, a South American tree, also called the palo amarillo or tatar, which has a piquant juice in its bark used for dyeing, and golden yellow wood good for carpentry. Tadao Yuan, a city in southern Tunisia. Other, an agglutinative language belonging to the Altai group of Turkic languages. It is an official language of Tatarstan. There are some 8 million speakers spread across Eastern Europe, Russia, and Central Asia. Tatara, a traditional Japanese furnace for smelting iron and steel. Tadarani, a village and commune of Dambavita County, Romania. Tadarani, a commune of Vaslui County, Romania. Tatarado, a village and commune of Vransia County, Romania. Tairera, alternative form of Tatarara. Tataras, plural of Tatara. Hadarasti, a commune of Bacău County, Romania. Tataras de Jos, a commune and village in Teleorman County, Romania. Tataraka Vech, a village and commune of Soroka, Moldova. Tatarbonari, a city in Odessa Oblast, Ukraine. Tataria, synonym of Tatarstan. Tatarian, synonym of Tartarian. Tatarians, plural of Tatarian. Tataric, synonym of Tartaric. Tatawa, Tatarstan, Tatar. Tatars, plural of Tatar. Tatarskite, an orthorhombic sulfate chloride mineral with the chemical formula Ca6MgSoCOOH Cl47H2O. Tatarstan, a republic and federal subject of south-central Russia. Official name, Republic of Tatarstan. Capital, Kazan. Tatarstani, a native or inhabitant of Tatarstan. Tatarstanis, plural of Tatarstani. Tatarusi, a village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Tatary, synonym of Tartary. Tatas, plural of Tata. Tatasir, a surname from Italian. Tatasirs, plural of Tatasir. Tatak, the red bell pepper. Tatashes, plural of Tatash. Tatapa, a South American tinamou Crypturellus tatapa. Tatapa tinamou, a tinamou Crypturellus tatapa. Tatapa tinamus, plural of Tatapa tinamou. Tatapas, plural of Tatapa. Tatavium, a Native American group in Southern California. Tata, a kind of Arabian sandal or slipper. Tatbabs, plural of Tatbev. That, a spot or stain. Tatchel, a surname. Taches, plural of Tatch. Thais, a surname transferred from the given name. Tate County, one of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Senatobia. Tate's Care, a peak in Wong Tai Sin District, Hong Kong. Tate's Shrew Rat, Tatamys rhinogretoides, a rodent in the family Muridae, found only in central Sulawesi, Indonesia. Tate's three-striped dasyur, Myoictes wavicus, a species of New Guinean striped Dasyura marsupial. Ades, plural of Tati. Tateoji, either of the two highest-ranked Jyoji who referee matches involving a Yokozuna. Tata, a surname. Tatums, plural of Tatum. Tatink, alternative form of Dadang. Tater, a potato. Tater tot, a small cylindrical piece of grated potato, generally deep fried. Tater tots, alternative letter case form of tater tots. Tater tots, plural of tater tot. Tatarapox, a viral disease of gerbils of genus Tatara. Tataril, gerbil of the genus Tatarillus. Tatarils, plural of tataril. Taters, plural of tater. Taters in the mole. Cold. Tates, a surname. Tateses, plural of Tates. Tatese, a surname from Armenian. Taezans, plural of Tatesian. Tatewojan, a surname from Armenian. Taitama, a city in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Tat, a surname from German. Tajes, plural of Tatch. That, the dung of livestock left on a field to serve as manure or fertilizer. Tathagata, a term of address to a Buddha. Tathagata, alternative form of Tathagata. Tathagatas, plural of Tathagata. Tathagatas. Plural of Tathagata. Datto, a village and civil parish in Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. OS Gridref SD 605695. Daos, plural of Tathum. Dada, business, suchness. Dadatas, plural of Tathata. Tet, simple past and past participle of Tath. Tether, present participle. And gerund of Tath. Talum, a slingstone used by the ancient Celts, made by mixing human brains with lime and allowing it to harden. Thus, third person singular simple present indicative of Tath. A group of northwestern Iranian dialects which are closely related to the Talish language, spoken by the Tat people of Iran. Taidyana, a transliteration of the Russian female given name Tayuriya acute N-A-T letter 2B9JANA. Taya, a local government area in southeast South Australia. Seat, border town. Teddy, potato. Teddy pie, a traditional hot pot made with lamb, black pudding, sliced potatoes, onions, etc. Teddy pots, plural of Teddy pots. Teddies, plural of Teddy. Taist, characteristic of Jacques Tati, born Jacques Tatishev, 1907-1982, French mime, filmmaker, actor, and screenwriter. Tadajim, a surname from Armenian. Tatarang, synonym of Tatrang. Tatties, plural of Tati. Tatbo, at once, immediately. Taller, an English surname of uncertain origin. Tatlers, plural of Tatler. Talai, a surname. Talo, a surname. Tatmadaw, the armed forces of Myanmar Burma. Athan, a surname. Tatans, plural of Tatman. Tata, a male given name from Georgian. How, a surname. Tatums, plural of Tatum. Tatumment, an iterative auction process by which an exchange equilibrium is imagined to be achieved. Tatuments, plural of tatumment. Tattoo, obsolete form of tattoo. Taos, plural of tattoo. Tater, pronunciation spelling of potato. Taters, plural of tater. Tat, the giant armadillo Praiodons maximus. Tatwai, an armadillo Cabassus tatwai, native to tropical South America, the broad-banded armadillo. Tatwais, plural of tatwai. Tatauhu, an armadillo, the peba. Tatas, plural of tattoo. That, initialism of triacetone triperoxide. Tapirusa, alternative form. of TATPURU letter 1E63. TATPURU letter 1E63. A dependent determinative compound, i.e. a compound XY meaning a type of Y which is related to X in a way corresponding to one of the grammatical cases of X. Tatbirusas. Plural of tatbirusa. TATPURU letter 1E63 as. Plural of TATPURU letter 1E63. Tatbiresha. Alternative form of TATPURU letter 1E63. Tatbireshas. Plural of Tatbirasha. Tatwa. A mountain range on the border of Poland and Slovakia. Tatra Mountains. Tatwa. Tatuan. Alternative form of Tatrang. Tatuan. A town in Kimo, Bengalan Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China, formerly a township. Tatras. Tatra Mountain Range. Tatyaris. Traditional Palestinian embroidery. Tashro. A surname. Tashros. Plural of Tatra. That. Plural of TAT. That's. Plural of tat. That's up. Third person singular simple present indicative of tat up. Tatsama. A Sanskrit learned loanword used in a South Asian language. Tatsamas. Plural of tatsama. Tatsai. Brassica rapa subsp narinosa sins. Brassica narinosa. Brassica rapa var narinosa. Brassica rapa var rosilaris, an Asian variety of Brassica rapa grown for greens, lately popular in North American cuisine. Of Brassica rapa grown for greens, lately popular in North American cuisine. Tatsujan. The ship of characters Tatsuyasu and Jun Kirasu from the Persona series. Tatsuko. A female given name from Japanese. Tatsumi. A male given name from Japanese. That. Initialism of tired all the time. That. Clipping of tattoo. Ta. A bamboo frame or trellis hung at a door or window of a house, over which water is allowed to trickle in order to moisten and cool the air as it enters. Taterura. Alternative form of taterara. Tavarit. A knock at the door. Tatus. Plural of tata. Ta. Simple past and past participle of tat. Tatadha. Simple past and past participle of tat up. A. Archaic form of tatty woven mat or screen. Avis. Plural of tatty. Tatanol. A village in Cheshire West and Chester Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 4858. Tattenham Corner. A neighborhood in Reigate and Banstead Borough, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2258. Tatter. A shred of torn cloth, an individual item of torn and ragged clothing. Tatterura. Commotion, noise, fuss, bother. Tatterdemalion. Tattered. Tatterdemalianism. The quality of being tattered. Tatterdemalions. Plural of tatterdemalion. Tatter. Rent in tatters, torn, hanging in rags, ragged. Tatteridly. In a tattered way, raggedly. Tatteredness. The quality of being tattered. Tatterer. One who or that which tatters. Tatterers. Plural of tatterer. Tattering. Present participle and gerund of tatter. Tatters. Ragged clothing or fabric, paper, etc. Tattersaw. a surname from Old English. Tattersall's, a rendezvous at most British racecourses provided by a company of auctioneers. Tattershall, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2158. Tatterwallop, ragged clothing, rags. Tatterwallops, plural of tatterwallow. Tattery, tatter, alternative form of tatty woven mat or screen. Alternative spelling of tatty potato. Tatty cake, synonym of tatty scone. Tatty cakes. Plural of tatty cake. Tatty scone, a scone made from mashed, boiled potatoes and flour, often baked in a large circular shape on a griddle and cut into slices for serving. It may be eaten as an accompaniment to savory foods such as bacon, fried eggs, and Lorne sausage, or with jam. Tatty scones, plural of tatty scone. Comparative form of tatty, more tatty. As, plural of tatty. Tatties, superlative form of tatty, most tatty. Tattily, in a tatty manner. Tattiness, that quality of being tatty. Tie, a form of looped and knotted lace needlework made from a single thread. Tatting up, present participle and gerund of tat up. Tattings, plural of tatting. Tatties, plural of tatty. Tau, to chatter, to gossip. Tattle tell, a telltale. Tattle tells, plural of tattle tell. Tattle, simple past and past participle of tattle. Tattler, one who tattles notifies authorities of illicit behavior or is inclined to do so. A tattletale. Tattlers, plural of tattler. Tattles, third person singular simple present indicative of tattle. Tavalsam, characterized or marked by tattling. Tattletale, telltale, giveaway. Tattletale, simple past and past participle of tattletale. Tattletales, plural of tattletale. Tattletailing, present participle and gerund of tattletale. Tattleware, software that monitors employees' computer activities so that their supervisor can track what they are doing. Tattling, present participle and gerund of tattle. Tattlings, plural of tattling. Tatnall, a surname. Tatnall County, one of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Reidsville. Tattooed, simple past and past participle of tattoo. A locality and former civil parish in Cheshire East, Cheshire, England, now included in Millington and Rossburn civil parish. Also the name of a larger parliamentary constituency in Cheshire, for want of a better name. OS Grid Ref SJ 7481. Tattoo, an image made on a body part, usually the skin with ink and a needle. Tattoo artists, a person who draws tattoos on others. Tattoo artists, plural of tattoo artists. Tattoo flash, a printed example design shown on paper or cardboard to give customers at a tattoo parlor an idea of a possible tattoo. Tattoo flashes. Plural of tattoo flash. Tattoo gun. A tattoo machine. Tattoo guns. Plural of tattoo gun. Tattoo machine. A small handheld device used for applying tattoos. Tattoo machines. Plural of tattoo machine. Tattoo parlor. An establishment where tattooing is performed professionally. Tattoo parlors. Plural of tattoo parlor. Tat-all. Capable of being applied as or marked with a tattoo. Tattooed. Tattoos, patterns, or artwork inked into the skin. Tattooed. Having one or more tattoos. Tattly. A person receiving a tattoo. Tattooees. Plural of tattooee. Tattooer. Tattooess. Tattooers. Plural of tattooer. Tattoos. Plural of tattoo. Tattoo date. A 2011 controversy when Jim Tressel, the head coach of the Ohio State Buckeyes football team, resigned amid allegations that he lied in order to cover up activities, including tattoos, undertaken in violation of NCAA rules by players he was coaching. Tattooification. The act or process of becoming a tattoo. Tattooifications. Plural of tattooification. Tattooing. The act of marking a body part, usually the skin, with a tattoo. Tattooings. Plural of tattooing. Tattooist. Someone who draws or inks tattoos on people. Tattooists. Plural of tattooists. Tattoo-less. Without tattoos. Tattooi. Resembling a tattoo. Tattoos. Plural of tattoo. Tattoo. Archaic form of tattoo. Tattooed. Simple past and past participle of tattoo. Tattooing. Present participle and gerund of tattoo. Tattoos. Plural of tattoo. Das. Plural of tat. Tattoo. Alternative form of tattoo. A pony of a certain breed from India. Tas. Plural of tattoo. Tava. An element or aspect of deity conceived as an aspect of deity, forming the basis of human experience. Tathas. Plural of tatha. A potato. Tatty bye. Goodbye. Tatty cake. Alternative spelling of tatty cake. Tatty cakes. Plural of tatty cake. Tatty scone. Alternative spelling of tatty scone. Tatty scones. Plural of tatty scone. Tatifilarious. Hilarious. Very funny. Hada. Archaic form of tattoo, decorative ink design on the skin. Tattooed. Simple past and past participle of tattoo. Tattooing. Present participle and gerund of tattoo. Tachelesti. A village in Padina, Buzău County, Romania. A habitational surname from Old English. Totems. Plural of totem. Hata. Alternative form of Datong China. Tatar. Alternative form of tater potato. Tatters. Plural of tatter. Tas. Plural of tatu. Tatwil. Synonym of Kashida. Tatwer. A village in Tatworth and Fortin Parish, South Somerset District, Somerset, England OS. Grid Ref SD 3205. Tatworth and Forton, a civil parish in South Somerset District, Somerset, England, which includes these two places. Tatene, an orthorhombic pink mineral containing copper, palladium, platinum, and tin. Tatzel, a surname from German. Tatzels, plural of Tatzel. Tatzelworm, a worm-like cryptid reported to live in the Alps. Tatzelworms, plural of Tatzelworm. Tao, initialism of Transvaal Agricultural Union. Tao, a surname from Chinese. Tao bone, a tau-shaped bone, such as the interclavicle of a monotreme. Tau bones, plural of tau bone. Tau seton, alternative form of tau session. Tau setons, plural of tau seton. Tau Ceti, a medium-sized main sequence star located in the constellation Cetus. Tau Session, relating to the Tau Ceti system or its people. Tau Sessions, plural of Tau Session. Tau Cross, a cross shaped like the Greek capital letter Tau, sometimes with all three ends of the cross expanded. Tau Crosses, plural of Tau Cross. Tau Day, June 28th, an annual celebration of the mathematical constant letter 1D70F tau. Tau effect, a spatial perceptual illusion that arises when observers judge the distance between consecutive stimuli in a sequence. When the distance between stimuli is constant but the time between stimuli is not, subjects tend to misperceive the shorter temporal interval as being accompanied by a shorter spatial interval. Tau effects, plural of tau effect. Tao Hue, alternative form of Dao Hue Chinese dessert. Tau leptin, Tau leptins, plural of tau leptin. Tau neutrino, a leptonic elementary particle having a mass 60 times that of the electron and no charge. Tau neutrinos, plural of tau neutrino. Tau particle, Tau protein, a protein abundant especially in the neurons of the human central nervous system that stabilizes microtubules and when misfolded is associated with forms of dementia such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases. Tau proteins, plural of tau protein. Tau staff, a staff with a cross piece at the top like a crutch. Tau staffs, plural of tau staff. Tau staves, plural of tau staff. Tau tangle, a pathological aggregation of hyperphosphorylated tau protein in the brain that disrupts neural communication. Tau tangles, plural of tau tangle. Tau yu ba, a Fujian dish of pork and eggs with soy sauce. Tau la, synonym of duliu, the Hokkien-derived name. Tau sagis, a plant of the species Tachygenantha tau sagis, is source of latex. A group of Maori warriors sent out as a war party. Ta loga, a traditional Samoan dance. Hus, plural of ta. A surname. Tabata, a white European. Tabatas, plural of Tabata. Tauber, a surname from German. Tauberbiskestein, a town, the administrative seat of Main-Tauber-Kreis district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Tauberia, being or relating to Tauberian theorems, a class of theorems that are partial converses to Abelian theorems. Tauberia theorem, any of a class of theorems which, for a given Abelian theorem, specifies conditions such that any series whose Abel sums converge as stipulated by the Abelian theorem is in fact convergent. Tauberian theorems. Plural of Tauberian theorem. Taubers. Plural of Tauber. Taubes, a surname from German. Taubeses, plural of Taubes. Taube, a surname. Taubens, plural of Tauben. Taube, a surname from German. Taubens, plural of Taubman. Taubes, plural of Taub. Tausao, alternative form of Tachio. Tachio, a fermented yellow soybean paste used in Chinese cooking. Tausanasai, a particular steroid glycoside. Tower, a surname from German. Towers, plural of tower. Taujai, mung bean sprouts. Todger, a surname. Todgers, plural of Todger. Taudetus, obsolete form of Tegidos. A simple past and past participle of teach. Taught away, simple past and past participle of teach away. Taught grandma how to suck eggs. Simple past and past participle of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Taught grandma how to suck eggs. Simple past and past participle of teach grandma how to suck eggs. Taught grandma to suck eggs. Simple past and past participle of teach grandma to suck eggs. Taught grandma to suck eggs. Simple past and past participle of teach grandma to suck eggs. Taught someone a lesson. Simple past and past participle of teach someone a lesson. Taught the controversy. Simple past and past participle of teach the controversy. Obsolete spelling of taught. To tighten, increase in intensity. To become taught. Taughten, simple past and past participle of taughten. Taughting, present participle and gerund of taughten. Daudens, third person singular simple present indicative of taughten. Taughtes, second person singular simple past indicative of teach. Tae, alternative form of tauhed. Tau, a silveri, a bird of species Zosterops lateralis. Tahes, plural of Tahu. Taoism, dated form of Taoism. Taoist, dated spelling of Taoist. Taoist, plural of Taoist. Ta, a surname. Tala, a kind of T-shaped stone monument built by the Talaiotic culture found on the Balearic island of Minorca. Talas, a male given name from Albanian. Tales, plural of Tala. Talbe, a surname. Taldes, plural of Talbi. Obsolete spelling of talk. Simple past and past participle of talk. Third person singular simple present indicative of talk. Talke, present participle and gerund of talk. Daus, plural of ta. Tamaranui, a town in the King Country of Ruipu District, Manawatu Wanganui, New Zealand. Tamatha. Synonym of Tamata Haket and Giangaku Yuatmate Ashripi Kaka Pikamunga Horidiki Paki when you Akatinata who truncated for. Tomata Haketen Gihingaku Yuatmate the Paki when you Akatinatahu. Alternative spelling of Tomata Haket and Giangaku Yuatmate Ashripi Kaka Pikamunga Horidiki Paki when you Akatinatahu. Tomata Haket and Kingaku Yuatamin, a Shri Pikaka Pikamunke Hudikipaki Minuakatana Tahu, a hill near Port Ngahau in Hawke's Bay, New Zealand. Tongde, a city in Myanmar. Tongdu, a town in the Bago region, Myanmar. Tathu, synonym of Pau. Tongthas, synonym of Pau. Tonda, a Burmese agricultural technique in which the spaces between small, widely spaced trees are used to plant a seasonal crop. Tondas, plural of Tongia. Dot, a surname. Tante, simple past and past participle of taunt. Taunter, one who taunts. Taunters, plural of taunter. Tauntus, second person singular simple present indicative of taunt. Taunta, third person singular simple present indicative of taunt. Taunting, present participle and gerund of taunt. Tauntingly, in a taunting manner. Tauntingness, the quality of being taunting. Tauntings, plural of taunting. Taunton, a place in the United States. Taunton Dane, a former local government district with borough status of Somerset, England, including the town of Taunton, merged with West Somerset District on 1 April 2019 to form Somerset West and Taunton District. Taunton Turkey, the double-crested cormorant, Nanopterum oridum. Taunton turkeys, plural of Taunton turkey. Tauntress, a woman who taunts, a female taunter. Tauntresses, plural of tauntras. Taunts, plural of taunt. Taunus, a mountain range in Hesse. Germany. Ta, an unstable elementary particle which is a type of lepton having a mass almost twice that of a proton, a negative charge, and a spin of a half. It decays into hadrons, usually pions or other leptons, and neutrinos. Taunae, pertaining to or composed of tauns. Taunium, a subatomic particle formed by the bound state of a matter taun with its antimatter partner antitaun. Tauns, plural of taun. Taupathy, relating to taupathy. Taupathies, plural of taupathy. Taupathy, any of a class of neurodegenerative diseases associated with the pathological aggregation of tau protein. Taupatha, Capras muripens, a flowering shrub or small tree of New Zealand. Taupatas, plural of taupata. Taupathies, plural of taupathy. Taupathological, relating to taupathology. Taupathology, the pathology of taupathy. Taupathy, alternative form of taupathy. A dark brownish-gray color, the color of moleskin. Thoughts, plural of taup. Taupi, a foolish or thoughtless young person, especially a lazy or slovenly woman. Taupes, plural of taupi. Taupo, the largest lake in New Zealand, located in Waikato region on the North Island. Tawthai, puffy deep-fried tofu. Tathos, plural of tapo. Tathu, alternative form of tapo. Tapas, plural of tapu. Tor, a fictional creature resembling a centaur with the lower body of some 4 or more legged animal and an upper body either of an anthropomorphic version of that same animal or less commonly of a human or another humanoid creature. Torres syndrome, a viral disease of shrimp caused by a paravirus. Torako, alternative form of Turako. Tori, a city, municipality, and county of Lithuania. Tauranga, a city in the northwest corner of the Bay of Plenty region on the north coast of the North Island, New Zealand. Taurinin, a sesquiterpene quinone that is a metabolic pigment found in some fungi. Taurate, any salt or ester of taurine. Taurates, plural of taurate. Tauria, of or pertaining to the star sign Taurus. Taurians, plural of Taurian. Tauri, an ancient people who inhabited the Crimean Mountains. Tauria, of or relating to the star sign Taurus. Taurians, plural of Taurian. Tauric acid, tauri. Tauric chersonese, synonym of Taurica. Tauric mountains, synonym of Crimean Mountains. Taurica, an ancient geographic region and peninsula, the name used by the Greeks and Romans for the modern Crimean Peninsula in Eastern Europe, internationally recognized as part of Ukraine but occupied by Russia. Taurasi, the killing of a bull. Tauricides, plural of Taurisi. Tauri, obsolete form of Tuareg member of nomadic Berber people. Taurix, plural of Tauric. Tauricormus, having horns like those of a bull. Tauri, any of a group of annual meteors associated with the comet Inca and whose radiant point is in the constellation Taurus. Taurida, alternative form of Taurica, historical and ancient geographic region and peninsula, the name used by the Greeks and Romans for the modern Crimean Peninsula in Eastern Europe, internationally recognized as part of Ukraine but occupied by Russia. Toreador, archaic form of Toreador. Toreadors, plural of Toreador. Torres, plural of Torrid. Tauriform, having the form of a bull. Taurin, alternative spelling of taurine. Tauri, of or pertaining to the zodiacal sign Taurus. Taurians, plural of taurine. Taurini, a Celto-Ligurian tribe of ancient Piedmont whose chief town was Taurasi, near Turin. Tournomethyl, a univalent radical formed by replacing a hydrogen atom of the amino group of taurine by a methylene group. Taurus, alternative form of Taurica, historical and ancient geographic region and peninsula, the name used by the Greeks and Romans for the modern Crimean Peninsula in Eastern Europe, internationally recognized as part of Ukraine but occupied by Russia. Tarabolia, plural of Tarabolium. Tarabolic, relating to a Tarabolium. Tarabolium, the ritual slaughter of a bull. Taurus pholis, having the head of a bull. Taurogenodoxicholate, a salt or ester of taurogenodoxicolic acid, Torogenodoxycholates, plural of torogenodoxycholate. Torogenodoxycholic acid, a bile acid formed in the liver by conjugation of chenodoxycholate with taurine, usually as the sodium salt. It acts as detergent to solubilize fats in the small intestine. Torochloramine, the compound 2-chloroamino ethane sulfonic acid formed by metabolism of taurine. Torocholate, any salt or ester of torocholic acid. Torocholates, plural of torocholate. Torocholinate, any salt or ester of torocholinic acid. Torocholate, designating a type of acid having properties of taurine and bile. Torocholic acid, a bile acid involved in the emulsification of fats, a conjugate of cholic acid with taurine. Torochala, glue made from a bull's hide. Toroctines, plural of toroctiny. Toroctonus, bull sacrificer, an epithet of the god Mithras. Toroctony, a depiction typically in relief or sculpture of Mithras killing a bull, associated with the practice of Mithraism as a cult in the Roman Empire. Torodoxycholate, a salt or ester of torodoxycholic acid. Torodoxycholates, plural of torodoxycholate. Torodoxycholic acid, a particular bile acid. Tordot, relating to or characterized by torodontism. Torodontic, relating to or exhibiting torodontism. Torodontism, a condition found in the molar teeth of humans where the body of the tooth and pulp chamber is enlarged vertically at the expense of the roots, especially common amongst Neanderthal hominins. Torodontisms, plural of torodontism. Toroiodoxycholic, relating to toroiodoxycholic acid or its derivatives. Toroiodoxycholic acid, a particular bile acid 2,3-alpha-5-beta-6-alpha-3,6-dihydroxy 24-oxycolin 24-amino ethane sulfonic acid. Toracathapsia, bull leaping as depicted in Bronze Age art, especially from Minoan Crete. Taurolatry, the worship of bulls. Taurolidine, a drug derived from taurine with antimicrobial and antilipopolysaccharide properties. Taurolithicholate, any salt or ester of the bile acid taurolithicholic acid. Taurolithicholates, plural of taurolithicholate. Taurolithicholic, relating to taurolithicholic acid and its derivatives. Tauromation, of or pertaining to bullfighting. Tauromations, plural of tauromation. Tauromachy, of or relating to bullfighting. Tauromachs, plural of tauromachy. Tauromachy, bullfighting. Tauromraes, misspelling of tautomraes. Tauromorphe, in the form of a bull. Tauromorphous, ovate. Tauromustine, a particular taurine-based nitrosauria. Taurophile, a fan of bullfighting. Taurophiles, plural of taurophile. Taurophobia, fear of bulls. Tauropon, the amino acid derivative N1-carboxyethyltaurine. Tauropolian, a temple in Ataminos sacred to Artemis Tauropolos in the North Aegean island of Dalich now Icaria. Tauropolos, an epithet of the goddess Artemis, possibly meaning worshipped at Taurus or pulled by a yoke of bulls. Tauros, a crossbred cattle that is bred to bring back features of the Aurochs bos primigenius, a member of the Tauros cattle breed. Taurosulcolic acid, a taurine conjugated bile acid analog used as a radiopharmaceutical to investigate in vivo the enterohepatic circulation of bile salts. Taurolis, plural of tauros. Taurosodic saccharate, any salt or ester of taurosodic saccharolic acid. Taurosodic sacchalates, plural of taurosodic saccharate. Taurosodic saccharolic, of or pertaining to taurosodic saccharolic acid or its derivatives. Taurosodic saccharolic acid, a bile acid that is a taurine derivative of ursodoxycholic acid. Taurus, plural of taur. Taural tau, an antineoplastic drug. Taurus, a constellation of the zodiac supposedly shaped like a bull and containing the star Aldebaran. Taurus Mountains, synonym of Taurus. Tauruses, plural of Taurus. Taurilic acid, an acid found in the urine of neat cattle, probably identical with cresol. Tau, plural of tau. Taus, plural of tau. Tausit, salted black beans. Tausinite, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing oxygen, strontium, and titanium. Taussig-Bing syndrome, a cyanotic congenital heart defect in which the patient has both double outlet right ventricle dwarf and subpulmonic ventricular septal defect BSD. Tausar, a member of an ethnic group of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Tausodes, plural of tausar. Under tension, like a stretched bowstring, rope, or sail, tight. Taut hand, an officer who is severe in discipline. Taut hands, plural of taut hand. Alternative form of taut. Taut line hitch, an adjustable loop not for use on lines under tension, made by tying a rolling hitch around the standing part after passing around an anchor object. Taut line hitches, plural of taut line hitch. Tautog, alternative form of tautog. Taudogs, plural of tautar. Taut, simple past and past participle of taut. Tautogorical, expressing the same thing with different words. To make taut to taut. Tautan, simple past and past participle of tautan. Tautar, a person or thing that tautans. Tauters, plural of tautaner. Tautaning, present participle and gerund of tautan. Tautings, plural of tautaning. Tautans, third person singular simple present indicative of tautan. Tauter, comparative form of taut, more taut. Tautus, superlative form of taut, most taut. Tautu, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Tautae Magros, a village and commune of Maramureș County, Romania. Taute, present participle and gerund of taut. Tautosome, the incommunicative state of a person immersed in a virtual world. Tautliner, a curtain-sided truck or trailer. Tautliners, plural of tautliner. Tautly, in a taut manner, tightly, tensely. Tautness, bapaphy of being taught. Tautnesses, plural of tautness. Tada. Repetition, sameness. Tadakron. A curve such that a heavy body, descending along it by the action of gravity, will always arrive at the lowest point in the same time, wherever in the curve it may begin to fall. Tadakrones. Plural of tadakron. Tadakrones. Occupying the same time. Tatar. A fish of the wrasse family found in salt water off of eastern North America from Nova Scotia to South Carolina. Tautoga onitis. Tautogram. A text in which all words start with the same letter, but not necessarily the same sound. Tautograms. Plural of tautogram. Taudogs. Plural of tautar. Tautology. Tautology. Tautologic. Tautological. Tautological. Of, relating to, or using tautology. Tautologically. In a tautological manner. Tautologicalness. The quality of being tautological. Tautologies. Plural of tautology. Tautologize. Alternative form of tautologize. Tautologize. Simple past and past participle of tautologize. Tautologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tautologize. Tautologizing. Present participle and gerund of tautologize. Tautologism. A tautological statement, tautology. Tautologisms. Plural of tautologism. Tautologist. One who makes tautologies. Tautologists. Plural of tautologists. Tautologize. To speak or write using tautology to rephrase something. Tautologize. Simple past and past participle of tautologize. Tautologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tautologize. Tautologizing. Present participle and gerund of tautologize. Tautologous. Pertaining to a tautology. Tautological. Tautologously. In a tautologous manner. Tautologousness. The state of being tautologous. Tautology. Redundant use of words, a pleonasm, and unnecessary and tedious repetition. Tautomer. Any of the multiple forms of a tautomeric compound. Tautomeral. Tautomeric. Tautomerase. Any enzyme that catalyzes a tautomerization reaction. Tautomerases. Plural of tautomerase. Tautomeric. Of, relating to, formed or characterized by tautomerism. Tautomeres. Plural of tautomery. Tautomization. Alternative form of tautomerization. Tautomerizations. Plural of tautomization. Tautomerize. Alternative form of tautomerize. Tautomerize. Simple past and past participle of tautomerize. Tautomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tautomerize. Tautomerizing. Present participle and gerund of tautomerize. Tautomerism. A form of isomerism in which a dynamic equilibrium between multiple isomers exists, such as that between an enol and a ketone. Tautomerisms. Plural of tautomerism. Tautomerizable. Able to be tautomerized. Tautomerization. Isomerization between tautomers. Tautomerizations. Plural of tautomerization. Tautomerize. To isomerize so as to form a tautomer. Tautomerize. Simple past and past participle of tautomerize. Tautomerizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of tautomerize. Tautomerizing. Present participle and gerund of tautomerize. Tautomers. Plural of tautomer. Tautomery. The quality of being tautomic. Tautum or phemic. Occurring in the same morpheme, not separated by a morpheme boundary. Tautum morphemically. In the same morpheme. Tautomycin. A chemical found naturally in shellfish produced by the bacterium Streptomyces spiroverticillus. Tautomycins. Plural of tautomycin. Tautonymy. Alternative form of tautonymy. Tautonym. A binomial name consisting of the same word twice, such as bison. Tautonymic. Relating to or being a tautonym, a term made from two identical parts. Tautonymies. Plural of tautonymy. Tautonymous. Describes a word that is a tautonym. Tautonyms. Plural of tautonym. Tautonymy. The use of a binomial name consisting of the same word twice, such as bison. Tautophonic. Alternative form of tautophonical. Tautophonical. Pertaining to or characterized by tautophony, repeating the same sound. Tautophonies. Plural of tautophony. Tautophony. Repetition of the same sound. Tautophrase. A phrase or sentence that repeats an idea in the same words. Tautophrases. Plural of tautophrase. Tautosyllabic. Occurring in the same syllable. Tautosyllabically. In the same syllable. Tautozonal. Belonging to the same zone. Tautozonality. The property of being tautozonal. Naughts. Third person singular simple present indicative of taught. Tauyubac. Alternative form of Tauyubac. Tauzin. A surname from French. Tauzens. Plural of Tauzin. Alternative form of Tau-Semitic letter. Acronym of Transgender American Veterans Association. Alternative form of Tawa. Tavaborol. A topical antifungal medication for the treatment of onychomycosis. Tavahi. A shrub of the sumac family, Rus taitensis, native to Southeast Asia, Australasia, and the Pacific Islands. Tavakali. A surname from Persian. Tavakalis. Plural of Tavakali. Tavers. A city, the county seat of Lake County, Florida, United States. Tavares. A surname. Taverses. Plural of Tavares. Adas. Plural of Tava. Adast. Synonym of Tavast. Tavesta. A historical province of Sweden, c. 1250 to 1809, and of Finland. Since 1809. Official name, Hem. Tavastia proper. A region in southern Finland. Tavastjan. Of or relating to Tavastia in Finland. Tavastjans. Plural of Tavastjan. Tadasts. plural of Tavast. Tavasa, synonym of Navajo. Tada, a river in Russia, a tributary of the Tabal. To sprawl with the arms and legs, kick or fidget with the feet. Taverner, a surname originating as an occupation for a taverner or innkeeper. Taverners, plural of taverner. Taver, a surname. Tavares, a surname from Spanish. Tavareses, plural of Tavares. Taver, Newton Hall, Oxford, one of the earliest medieval halls of the University of Oxford. Tavern fool, synonym of town drunk. Tavern fools, plural of tavern fool. Tavern sandwich, an Iowan sandwich consisting of unseasoned ground beef and sauteed onions in a bun. Tavern sandwiches, plural of tavern sandwich. Tavern stand, a roadside inn. Tavern stands, plural of tavern stand. Tavern cut, of pizza cut into squares rather than slices. Tavern style, synonym of tavern cut style of pizza. Tavera, a surname from Italian. Tavernus, plural of taverna. Taver, obsolete form of tavern. Taver, someone who owns or runs a tavern. Taverers, plural of taverner. Tavernast, reminiscent of a tavern. Tavernful, enough to fill a tavern. Tavernfuls, plural of tavernful. Tavernier, a surname originating as an occupation for an innkeeper. Taverniers, plural of tavernier. Taverning, a frequenting at taverns. Tavernings, plural of taverning. Tavernize, a surname from Italian. Tavernizes, plural of tavernize. Tavernize, to frequent taverns, to go out drinking in taverns. Tavernize, simple past and past participle of tavernize. Tavernizes, third person singular simple present indicative of tavernize. Tavernizing, present participle and gerund of tavernize. Tavern keep, a tavern keeper. Tavern keeper, one who keeps a tavern. Tavern keepers, plural of tavern keeper. Tavern keeping, the trade of a tavern keeper, hostelry. Tavern keeps, plural of tavern keep. Taverless, without a tavern. Taverly, resembling or characteristic of a tavern. Taverly, befitting a tavern. Taverman, the keeper of a tavern. Taverman, plural of taverman. Taverness, resembling or characteristic of a tavern. Tavernry, carousing and drinking in taverns. Taverns, plural of taver. Tavernward, toward a tavern. Tavernwards, alternative form of tavernward. Tavernwave, synonym of bardcore. Tabby, synonym of enganessen. Tabgiz, plural of tavki. Amira, a surname from Spanish. Tavares, plural of Tavera. Tavistock, a town and civil parish with a town council in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Gridref SX 4874. Allah, a version of the board game backgammon played widely in Turkey and other countries of the region. Talas, plural of Tava. Tavalga, a surname from Russian. Tavalgas, plural of Tavalga. Tavrai, a triclinic mineral containing hydrogen, iron, lithium, oxygen, and phosphorus. Tavotho, a surname from Italian. Tavai, former name of Dawei City in southern Burma. Tawayan, synonym of Dawei. Tower, initial of transcatheter aortic valve replacement. Tawe, synonym of Taurica, historical and ancient geographic region and peninsula, the name used by the Greeks and Romans for the modern Crimean Peninsula in Eastern Europe, internationally recognized as part of Ukraine but occupied by Russia. Tavest, a city in Kakhovka Rayon, Kherson Oblast, Ukraine. Tavros, a suburban city in Greece 5 km southwest of Athens and is located in the Attica prefecture. Tavor, plural of Tavor. Aus, plural of Tav. Tawioa, a town on Viti Levu, Fiji. Tawiver, an active stratovolcano near Rabaul on the island of New Britain in Papua New Guinea. Tavor, a province of Armenia. Tawi, Tavistock. Oh, the station code of Taiwan in Hong Kong. Oh, a river in Devon, England, which flows into an estuary where it meets the River Torridge. Tassar, alternative form of Tassar. Awa, an outer suburb of Wellington, Wellington Region, New Zealand. Tawai, a barangay of Paigapo, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Dawaf, the ritual of circumambulating the Kaaba 7 times as part of the Hajj in Mecca. Tawafs, plural of Tawaf. Tawagan Sur, a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Tawaf, a professional courtesan serving the nobility, especially under the Mughal Empire, derogatory. Tawafs, plural of Tawaf. Tawak Waptua, a surname from Hopi. Tawalamat Tamajak, a Tuareg language spoken in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Tawai, an administrative district of Arunachal Pradesh, India. Tawan, a barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Tawabu, Pautuya Costada, the bastard ironwood. Tawaira, any of the straw bales packed with earth placed in a circle on the doyo and forming the area that the rikishi must stay inside. Tawas, plural of Tawa. Tawa City, a city, the county seat of Iosco County, Michigan, United States. Tawasa, an extinct Native American language. Tawashi, plural of Muwasha. Tawasan, a barangay of Mandaw, Cebu, Philippines. Tawau, the district capital of Tawau District, Sabah, Malaysia. Tawdar, dressed in a tawdry fashion. Tawde, comparative form of tawdry, more tawdry. Tawdries, plural of tawdry. Tawdius, superlative form of tawdry. most tawdry. Tawdrily, in a tawdry manner. Tawdriness, the apathy of being tawdry. Tawdrinesses, plural of tawdriness. Tawdry, tawdry lace. Tawdry lace, a silk ribbon or string worn as a necklace in the 16th and early 17th centuries. Tawdry laces, plural of tawdry lace. Oh, a river in southern Wales that meets the sea at Swansea. Tawchaf, a community civil parish in the south of Powys, Wales. Oh, simple past and past participle of taw. Towys, archaic form of towers. Towizes, plural of towies. Tower, one who taws. Toweries, plural of towery. Towers, plural of tower. Towery, a place where skins are tawed. Tawfiq, a surname from Arabic. Tawfiqs, plural of Tawfiq. Tahiro, synonym of Toai Terraphila silvicola. Ta'i, the central Islamic doctrine of God's divine unity. Tahiwi, synonym of Kohuhu the tree Pittosporum tenuifolium. Tawit Hour, a province of Bangsamoro, Mindanao, Philippines. Capital, Bongao. Tawir, docile or tractable to the extent of allowing itself to be handled without complaint. Tawel, a surname from Arabic. Towels, plural of towel. Tawing, present participle and gerund of taw. Tawings, plural of tawing. Tawan, a barangay of Alaminos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Tawarin, a barangay of Calapan, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Tawas, an amulet or locket containing verses from the Quran or other Islamic prayers and symbols. Tawizes, plural of tawas. Oh, I dialect spelling of talk, representing New York City English. Oh, simple past and past participle of talk. Talking, present participle and gerund of talk. Talks, third person singular simple present indicative of talk. Tomawai, a chromium bang variety of epidote. Oh, to tan, make tawny. Tawn, simple past and past participle of tawn. Tawny, a surname from Norman. Tawnies, plural of tawny. Tawny, a surname. Tawny, a female given name. Tawny, simple past and past participle of tawny. Tawny, comparative form of tawny, more tawny. Tawnies, clothes made of tawny-colored fabric. Tawniest, superlative form of tawny, most tawny. Tawnoi, with a tawny color. Tawniness, the quality or state of being tawny. Tawning, present participle and gerund of tawn. Tanya, a female given name. Tawns, plural of tawn. Tawny, of a light brown to brownish orange color. Tawny coster, a species of nymphalid butterfly, Acrea terpsichore, native to tropical Asia. Tawny costers, plural of tawny coster. Tawny Adao, Aquila rapax, a large, medium-sized bird of prey with a brownish color and native to sub-Saharan Africa and southern Asia. Tawny frogmouth, a species of frogmouth, Podargus strigoides, endemic to Australia. Normally gray plumage, though rufous morphs also occur. Tawny frogmouths, plural of tawny frogmouth. Tawny owl, any of species Strix thaluco of strigid owls of Europe, Western Asia, and the Middle East. Tawny owls, plural of tawny owl. Tawny pipit, Anthus campestris, a medium to large passerine bird that breeds in much of temperate Europe and Asia and northwest Africa. Tawny pipits, plural of tawny pipit. Tawny-breasted tinamou, a tinamou, Gnathosarcus julius. Tawny-breasted tinamus, plural of tawny-breasted tinamou. Tanya, a female given name. Tawny, present participle and gerund of tawny. Tawnies, plural of tawny. Towai, acronym of The Amazing World of Gumball, an animated sitcom created by Ben Bockwell for Cartoon Network. Tawthai, foolish or awkward youngster. Tawbies, plural of tawpai. Acronym of Terrain Awareness and Warning System. Alternative spelling of TAWS. A leather strap or thong which is split into typically 3 tails, used for corporal punishment in schools, applied to the palm of the hands or buttocks. TAWS, simple past and past participle of TAWS. TAWS, plural of TAWS. Tossing, present participle and gerund of TAWS. Tawsdai, a village and civil parish in North Devon District, Devon, England. OS Gridref SS 5529. Tower, alternative form of tower. Toyers, plural of toyer. That's money paid to the government other than for transaction-specific goods and services. Tax abatement, an incentive issued by a government which will reduce or eliminate taxes on real estate in a specific area. Tax abatements, plural of tax abatement. Tax accounting, those accounting activities related to tax. Tax assessment, the value set on taxable property. Tax assessments, plural of tax assessment. Tax auditor, a person who collects taxes. Tax auditors, plural of tax auditor. Tax authorities, plural of tax authority. Tax authority, a government organization responsible for collecting taxes. Tax avoidance, the legal exploitation of tax rules to minimize tax payments. Tax evasion, synonym of evasion. Tax base, everything that can be taxed by a particular government body, such as individuals' incomes, property, and inventory subject to sales tax. Tax bases, plural of tax base. Tax by, the amount or rate of taxes. Tax bites, plural of tax bite. Tax bracket, a range over which a piecewise linear, generally progressive, tax is linear. Tax brackets, plural of tax bracket. Tax break, a deduction in tax that is given in order to encourage a certain economic activity or a social objective. Tax breaks, plural of tax break. Tax cart, a sprung cart subject to a low tax. Tax carts, plural of tax cart. Tax clinic, a volunteer organization where income tax returns are prepared for qualifying low-income taxpayers. Tax clinics, plural of tax clinic. Tax collection, tax gathering. Tax collections, plural of tax collection. Tax collector, one who has the responsibility for collecting taxes. Tax collectors, plural of tax collector. Tax credit, a tax incentive which allows certain taxpayers to subtract the amount of the credit they have accrued from the total they owe. Tax credits, plural of tax credit. Tax cut, a reduction in the rate of tax charged by a government. Tax cuts, plural of tax cut. Tax day, the day on which individual income tax returns are due to be submitted to the federal government or within an individual state. Tax days, plural of tax day. Tax declaration, synonym of tax return. Tax declarations, plural of tax declaration. Tax disc, a circular piece of paper designed to be fixed to the inside of a windscreen that serves as a record that a vehicle has been properly taxed, no longer used. Tax discs, plural of tax discs. Tax dodge, a scheme legal or illegal to avoid paying tax or to pay less tax. Tax dodger, someone who commits tax avoidance or tax evasion. Tax dodgers, plural of tax dodger. Tax dodges, plural of tax dodge. Tax due, the total amount a taxpayer must pay to the government or other entity. Tax evader, one who illegally avoids paying tax, for example, by not declaring income. Tax evaders, plural of tax evader. Tax evasion, the illegal reduction of paying tax, especially by making a false declaration of income, etc. Tax exile, a person who leaves a country to avoid paying tax. Tax exiles, plural of tax exile. Tax farming, the collection of taxes by a private person authorized by the state in exchange for a cash payment. Tax fraud, synonym of tax evasion. Tax frauds, plural of tax fraud. Tax-free, of an item being sold with the proprietor paying the taxes on behalf of the consumer, or of an item that exploits a particular loophole or an intentional temporary waiver of a particular tax by the government. Tax Freedom Day, the first day of the year on which a nation as a whole has theoretically earned enough income to pay its taxes. Tax haven, a jurisdiction that levies low tax rates on certain economic activities, especially to attract wealthy individuals and foreign businesses. Tax havens, plural of tax haven. Tax hike, a sudden increase in taxes. Tax hikes, plural of tax hike. Tax in kind, any form of taxation that is paid in kind, i.e. with goods or services rather than money. Tax incentive, an inducement offered in the form of an abatement of taxes. Tax incentives, plural of tax incentive. Tax law, the area of law pertaining to the statutory and regulatory rules applicable to taxation. Tax law, a grouping of security holdings in an account used for enabling the calculation and treatment of the securities for tax compliance and reporting. Tax lots, plural of tax lot. Taxman, alternative form of taxman. Taxman, plural of taxman. Tax office, a government-established place building, office, shop, or counter offering advice on tax affairs. Tax offices, plural of tax office. Tax point, the date on which a transaction takes place for the purpose of calculating value-added tax. Tax points, plural of tax point. Tax protester, in the United States, a person who denies the obligation to pay a tax for which the government has determined that person is liable, based on a belief that the government lacks the legal authority to impose taxes. Tax protesters, plural of tax protester. Tax rate, a rate, usually a percentage rate at which something is taxed. Tax rates, plural of tax rate. Tax reduction, the reduction of one or more tax rates. Tax reductions, plural of tax reduction. Tax relief, a reduction in the amount of tax that an individual or company has to pay. Tax resistance, refusal to pay taxes as a form of political protest against the government or its policies. Tax resistor, in the United States, a person who resists or refuses to pay a tax for which the government has determined that person is liable, based on a disagreement with the policies of the government. Tax resistors, plural of tax resistor. Tax return, a declaration of income etc. for tax purposes, a report of income, deductions, contributions, and related financial information filed by a taxpayer with a national or local tax authority, used by the authority to determine the amount of taxation, usually consisting of forms completed by the taxpayer. Tax returns, plural of tax return. Tax revenue, the total revenue that a state, municipality, etc. gets from all taxes. Tax revenues, plural of tax revenue. Tax rise, synonym of tax hike. Tax rises, plural of tax rise. Tax shelter, a legal structure that reduces tax liability for a person or the assets of that person. Tax shelters, plural of tax shelter. Tax shield, the reduction in income taxes that results from taking an allowable deduction from taxable income. Tax shields, plural of tax shield. Tax shift, a change in taxation that eliminates or reduces some taxes and establishes or increases others, thereby keeping the overall revenue the same. Tax shifts, plural of tax shift. Tax stamp, a revenue stamp. Tax stamps, plural of tax stamp. Tax swap, synonym of tax shift. Tax swaps, plural of tax swap. Tax time, the time of year when one must prepare, file, and pay income tax. Tax value, the assessed value of an asset from which the tax owing is computed. Tax values, plural of tax value. Tax wedge, difference between the price that includes all taxes and the in-tax price of a good, particularly the difference between the employer's labor cost and the employee's take-home pay. Tax wedges, plural of tax wedge. Tax year, synonym of fiscal year. Tax years, plural of tax year. That's Alternative form of taxo. Tax deductible. That is exempt from payment of income tax. Tax deferred. Having tax due only at a later time, having the tax duty deferred. Tax exempt. Exempt from paying tax, not subject to taxation. Tax farming. Alternative form of tax farming. Tax-free. Exempt from taxation. Tax in kind. Alternative form of tax in kind. Taxpayer. Alternative form of taxpayer. Taxpayers, plural of taxpayer. Tax shelter, of money or other assets protected by a tax shelter. Tax time, alternative form of tax time. Taxa, plural of taxon. Taxability, the quality of being taxable. Taxable, that can be taxed. Taxable income, the base upon which an income tax system imposes tax. Taxable incomes, plural of taxable income. Taxableness, taxability, the state of being subject to taxation. Taxables, plural of taxable. Taxable, in a way that is subject to taxation. Taxatious, of or relating to the yew trees of the Taxaceae family. Taxachusetts, Massachusetts. Taxadiene. A diterpene, the first committed intermediate in the synthesis of taxol. Taxaholic, having or supporting excessive taxes. Taxaholics, plural of taxaholic. Taxometer, obsolete form of taximeter. Taxometers, plural of taxometer. Taxane, any of a class of diterpenoid drugs that inhibit cancer cell growth and division. Taxanes, plural of taxane. Taxonomic, misspelling of taxonomic. Taxophobic, fearing or opposing taxes. Taxosphere, the community of taxonomic experts. Taxospidian, having the posterior tarsal scales or scutella rectangular and arranged in regular rows, said of certain birds. Taxation, the act of imposing taxes and the fact of being taxed. Taxational, relating to taxation. Taxations, plural of taxation. Taxative, relating to taxation. Taxatively, in terms of taxation. Taxator, synonym of taxer. Taxators, plural of taxator. Taxby, alternative form of taxbite. Taxbites, plural of taxbite. Tax Scala, alternative form of TLAC Scala. Taxco, a small city and municipal seat of Taxco de Alarcón municipality, Guerrero, located in southwestern Mexico. Taxiner, a person who is paid directly or indirectly out of the public treasury. Tax-eaters, plural of tax-eater. Tax-eating, paid directly or indirectly out of the public treasury. As, simple past and past participle of tax. Taxi, one who is tax, a taxpayer. Taxis, plural of taxi. Taxel, a tactile element in robotics, etc. Taxels, plural plural of taxel. Taxame, a primitive feature of grammar, akin to a phoneme in phonology. Taxames, plural of taxeme. Taxamic, relating to taxemes. Taxer, one who taxes. Taxers, plural of taxer. Taxes, plural of tax. Taxes due, plural of tax due. Taxes in kind, plural of tax in kind. Taxes in kind, plural of tax in kind. Tax us, second person singular simple present indicative of tax. Taxa, third person singular simple present indicative of tax. Taxflation, bracket creep. Tax-free, alternative spelling of tax-free. Tax-getter, one who collects taxes or revenues, a tax collector. Tax-getters, plural of tax-gatherer. Tax-gathering, the collecting of taxes or revenues. Taxi, a vehicle that may be hired for single journeys by members of the public, particularly one with an automated meter to calculate the fare. Taxi dance, a dance taken with a taxi dancer. Taxi dancer, a woman who works as a professional dance partner in a dance hall that charges customers a price per dance. Taxi dancers, plural of taxi dancer. Taxi dances, plural of taxi dance. Taxi distance, alternative form of taxicab distance. Taxi distances, plural of taxi distance. Taxi driver, a person who drives a taxicab. Taxi drivers, plural of taxi driver. Taxi fare, the price paid for hiring a taxi, according to time taken for the journey and distance traveled. Taxi fares, plural of taxi fare. Taxi pole, a pole in the street alongside a place where members of the public can hire taxis. Taxi poles, plural of taxi pole. Taxi rank, an area reserved for taxi cabs to await customers. Taxi ranks, plural of taxi rank. Taxi squad, a group of athletes who practice with the team but do not normally play with the squad unless called up. Taxi squads, plural of taxi squad. Taxi stand, a designated place in a street, railway station, airport, etc. where taxicabs line up to wait for passengers. Taxi stands, plural of taxi stand. Taxi ongoal, a male taxi driver in Singapore. Taxi ongoals, plural of taxi ongoal. Taxi yellow, a bright yellow color used for New York taxicabs. Taxi yellows, plural of taxi yellow. Taxi, taxo, taxicabman, a man who runs a taxicab, a cabman. Taxi cabman, plural of taxi cabman. Taxi dancer, alternative form of taxi dancer. Taxi dancers, plural of taxi dancer. Taxi distance, alternative form of taxicab distance. Taxi distances, plural of taxi distance. Taxi driver, alternative form of taxi driver. Taxi drivers, plural of taxi driver. Taxel, able to be taxied, Taxi, an Athenian military officer commanding a certain division of an army. Taxis, plural of taxiac. Taxibus, a minibus operated as a shared taxi, departing only once minimally full. Taxibuses, plural of taxibus. Taxicab, synonym of taxi, a vehicle available for public hire for single journeys, particularly one using a taximeter to automate fare calculation. Taxicab distance, the distance between 2 points located on a grid where the only path allowed is vertical and horizontal lines. Taxicab distances, plural of taxicab distance. Taxicab geometry, and then Euclidean geometry in which the distance between 2 points is the sum of the absolute differences between their corresponding coordinates. Taxicab number. The nth taxicab number, typically denoted ta-n or taxicab n, is the smallest number that can be expressed as a sum of two positive algebraic cubes in n distinct ways. Taxicab numbers, plural of taxicab number. Taxicab, simple past and past participle of taxicab. Taxicabbing, present participle and gerund of taxicab. Taxicabs, plural of taxicab. Taxicam, a dashcam in a taxi. Taxicams, plural of taxicam. Taxigatin, the dimethixophenyl glycoside 2s 3R4s 5s 6R235 dimethixophenoxy 6-hydroxymethyloxane 3,4,5 trial. Taxa, abbreviation of taxonomic identifier. Taxidermal, of or pertaining to taxidermy. Taxidermic, pertaining to taxidermy. Taxidermical, of or pertaining to taxidermy. Taxidermically, in a taxidermical way. Taxidermid, simple past and past participle of taxidermy. Taxidermies, plural of taxidermy. Taxidermize, alternative form of taxidermize. Taxidermize, simple past and past participle of taxidermize. Taxidermist, one who practices taxidermy, the stuffing of animals. Taxidermists, plural of taxidermists. Taxidermize, to preserve by means of taxidermy. Taxidermize, simple past and past participle of taxidermize. Taxidermizes, third person singular simple present indicative of taxidermize. Taxidermizing, present participle and gerund of taxidermize. Taxidermy, the art of stuffing and mounting the skins of dead animals for exhibition in a lifelike state. Taxidermy, present participle and gerund of taxidermy. Taxidistance, alternative form of taxicab distance. Taxidistances, plural of taxidistance. Taxidriver, alternative form of taxi driver. Taxidrivers, plural of taxidriver. Taxids, plural of taxid. Taxi, simple past and past participle of taxi. Taxis, plural of taxi irregular. Taxifare, alternative form of taxi fare. Taxifares, plural of taxifare. Taxopholin, a flavononyl dihydroquercetin found in the Chinese Eutaxis chinensis var. and other plants. Taxiphollans, plural of taxiphollon. Taxiform, arranged distichiously like the leaves of the yew. Taxiphol, the amount that will fit in a taxi. Taxigate, a 2005 scandal in which David McLetchie, leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, was found to have claimed thousands of pounds in taxi expenses, some for party business rather than Parliament business. Taxi, present participle and gerund of taxi. Taxis, plural of taxiing. Taxila, Taxila, an ancient city and archaeological site in the modern province of Punjab, Pakistan. Taxilas, without taxicabs. Taxili, resembling or characteristic of a taxi hired vehicle. Taximan, a male taxi driver. Taximan, plural of taximan. Taximeter, a device installed in a taxicab that calculates the fare based upon distance traveled and waiting time. Taximeter, fitted with a taximeter. Taximeters, plural of taximeter. Taximetrics, statics. Taxine, any of several poisonous alkaloids that may be extracted from the leaves and seeds of the yew tree Taxus baccata. Taxines, plural of taxine. Taxing, present participle and gerund of tax. Taxing master, an officer of a court of law who examines bills of costs. Taxing masters, plural of taxing master. Taxenui, in a taxing manner. Taxings, plural of taxing. Taxophone, a kind of payphone in Tunisia and Algeria. Taxophones, plural of taxophone. Taxavillan, a chemical produced in many plants, belonging to cyanogenic glycosides, having the formula CH-No7. Taxiplane, an airplane that can be hired to transport people, like a taxi. Taxiplanes, plural of taxiplane. Axes, the directional movement of an organism in response to a stimulus. Taxi, a volcanic rock that contains colored streaks of different mineral composition. Taxis, plural of taxite. Taxitic, relating to or composed of taxite. Taxiway, a road or path within an airport designated for the taxiing of aircraft connecting the runways with ramps, hangars, terminals, and other facilities. Taxiways, plural of taxiway. Taxgorgan, a Tajik autonomous county in Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Taxgorgan Tajik Autonomous County, a Tajik autonomous county in Kashgar Prefecture, Xinjiang, China. Taxless, without taxation. Taxlessly, without having to pay tax. Taxlessness, absence of taxes. Taxly, resembling or characteristic of a tax. Taxman, a tax collector. Taxman, plural of taxmen. Taxo, order, arrangement. Taxocene, a taxonomically related set of species within a community. Taxocenes, plural of taxocene. Taxosnose, a group of species having a similar taxonomic identity. Taxosnoses, plural of taxosnose. Taxosnosis, the condition of a knows. Taxocracies, plural of taxocracy. Taxocracy, a government supporting excessive taxes or spending. Taxocrat, a politician or bureaucrat supporting excessive taxes or spending. Taxocrats, plural of taxocrat. Taxodiation, any conifer once placed in the family Taxodiaceae now Cupressaceae. Taxodiations, plural of taxodiation. Taxodiaceous, relating to the taxodiations. Taxodyne, the acid is the uranium product of taxodum. Taxodium, any of the genus Taxodium of flood-tolerant conifers in the cypress family. Taxodiums, plural of taxodium. Taxodon, a diterpenoid found in Taxodium distichum bald cypress, among others, that exhibits anticancer, antibacterial, antioxidant, antifungal, insecticide, and antifeedant properties. Taxodont, pertaining to a group of many short interlocking teeth, at least some of which are transverse to the hinge margin. Taxogram, determinative ideogram. Taxograms, plural of taxogram. Taxoi, any of a class of taxol derivatives developed for their anti-cancer properties. Taxoids, plural of taxoi. Taxol, paclitaxel, a drug, a mitotic inhibitor used to kill dividing tumor cells. Taxological, of or pertaining to taxology, taxonomic. Taxology. Taxonomy. Taxols, plural of taxol. Taxometer, archaic form of taximeter. Taxometers, plural of taxometer. Taxometric, relating to taxometrics. Taxometrics, the analysis of psychiatric disorders which are typologically distinct from normal behavioral functioning. Taxon, a group of one or more populations of an organism or organisms seen by taxonomists to form a unit. Taxonyl, the polycyclic aldehyde 1s 3R4R8s 11s 12R4 8 12 15 15 pentamethyl 7 oxytricyclo 9.3.1.03 8 pentacane 6 carbaldehyde. Taxonavigation, the navigation of a directory of species or other taxonomic entities. Taxonomy, relating to taxa. Taxonically, in terms of taxa. Taxonicities, plural of taxonicity. Taxonicity, the state of being taxonic. Taxonify, to categorize. Taxonogenomic, relating to taxonogenomics. Taxonogenomics. Taxonomic genomics. Taxonomer, one who studies or creates a taxonomy. Taxonomers, plural of taxonomer. Taxonometric, relating to taxonometrics. Taxonometrics, numerical taxonomy. Taxonometry, taxonometrics. Taxonomic. Of or relating to taxonomy. Taxonomic inflation, an increase in the number of species that is not caused by new discoveries. but by changes in the classification of existing organisms. Taxonomic name. A name, Latin in form, used to identify, in principle unambiguously, an organism or group of organisms, formerly usually based solely on shared morphological feature, now usually on hypothesized common evolutionary descent. Taxonomic names. Plural of taxonomic name. Taxonomic synonym. Synonym of heterotypic synonym. Taxonomic synonyms. Plural of taxonomic synonym. Taxonomic system. A coherent system of taxonomic judgments on circumscription and placement of the considered taxa. A taxonomic system is restricted to a large but limited part of the living world. Taxonomic systems. Plural of taxonomic system. Taxonomical. Of or pertaining to taxonomy. Taxonomically. In terms of taxonomy. Taxonomics. Taxonomy. Taxonomies. Plural of taxonomy. Taxonomize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of taxonomize. Taxonomist. Someone whose profession is taxonomy or who performs taxonomy at a professional level. Taxonomists. Plural of taxonomists. Taxonomize. To assign a taxonomic classification to a particular species. Taxonomized. Simple past and past participle of taxonomize. Taxonomizer. One who, or that which, taxonomizes. Taxonomizers. Plural of taxonomizer. Taxonomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of taxonomize. Taxonomizing. Present participle and gerund of taxonomize. Taxonomy. The science, technique, or process used to make a classification. Taxons. Plural of taxon. Taxonym. A word used for classification purposes, that is, one that makes up part of a taxonomy, a name or label for a taxon or clade. Taxonyms. Plural of taxonym. Taxonomy. The relationship of a taxonym to its corresponding hypernym. Taxophobic. Alternative form of taxophobic. Taxer. Archaic form of taxer. Taxers. Plural of taxer. Taxoter. Synonym of dostaxel. Taxpay. On which tax has been paid. Taxpay. To pay tax upon. Taxpayer. A person who is subject to, liable for, or pays tax. Taxpayers. Plural of taxpayer. Taxpaying. The payment of taxes. Tax payment. The payment of tax. Taxpays. Third person singular simple present indicative of taxpay. Tax time. Alternative form of tax time. Tax-wise. In terms of taxation. Taxwoman. A female taxman. Taxwoman. Plural of taxwoman. Taxi. Present participle and gerund of taxi. Taxis. Plural of taxiing. The longest river in Scotland, United Kingdom, originating on the slopes of Ben Leuy and flowing eastwards through the city of Perth before becoming an estuary, the Firth of Tay. Tay B letter 1ED3I, an extinct French pidgin formerly spoken in Vietnam, especially by servants during the colonial era. Tay Ninh, a province of Vietnam. Tay Tay, nickname of American singer-songwriter Taylor Swift, born 1989. Tay Valley, a township in Lanark County, Ontario, Canada. located on the Tay River. Tay's Law, alternative letter case form of Tay's Law. Tay's Law, the view that any requisitely complex artificial intelligence will come to be racist. Tay C, a barangay of Rosario, La Union, Philippines. Tay-Sachs disease, a rare genetic disorder in which harmful quantities of gangliosides accumulate in the brain's nerve cells. Tay-Tay, alternative form of Tay-Tay. Taiwan, alternative spelling of Taiwan. A female given name. Tayabas, a city in the province of Quezon, Philippines. Tayabas Tagalog, also known as Tayabasan, a Tagalog dialect primarily spoken in Quezon. Tayabasan, a native or inhabitant of Tayabas, Quezon. Tayabasans, plural of Tayabasan. Tayabnya, female equivalent of Tayabinyo. Tayabinyo, a person from Quezon and Aurora provinces. Tayabinyos, plural of Tayabinyo. Tayabans, a native or inhabitant of Tayabas, Quezon. Tayabanses, plural of Tayabans. Tayag, a surname. Tayags, plural of Tayag. Tayambani, a barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Tayama, the wiping of one's face and hands against dust, sand, or a clean physical object in place of wadhu for the bereft or bedridden. Tayasan, a municipality of Negros Oriental, Philippines. Tayashuid, any peccary of the family Tayashuidae. Tayashuids, plural of Tayashuid. Tayberries, plural of Tayberry. Tayberry, a cultivated shrub of the genus Rubus fruticosus xids, a cross between the blackberry R. fruticosus and raspberry R. ids. A male given name. He, alternative form of day. As, plural of Tay. Taya, a town in Kemerovo Oblast, Russia. Tayenda, a triple star system in the constellation Taurus and a member of the Pleiades cluster. Tayetin, of or pertaining to the Taygetos mountain range in Greece. Taygete, one of the Pleiades daughters of Atlas and Pleione. Taygetos, a mountain range in the prefectures of Laconia, Messenia, and Arcadia on the Peloponnese Peninsula in southern Greece. Taygetus, alternative form of Taygetos. Tay, one of 15 provinces of Greater Armenia. Hell, obsolete form of tail unit of measure. Tail, a female given name, an invention based on Taylor from the 1990s. Taylor, a surname. Taylor, a surname. Taylor, an English and Scottish surname originating as an occupation for a tailor. Taylor County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Perry, named after Zachary Taylor. Taylor expansion, synonym of Taylor series. Taylor ham. Pork roll. Taylor polynomial, a truncated Taylor series, the sum of the first n terms of a Taylor series. Taylor polynomials, plural of Taylor polynomial. Taylor series, A power series representation of given infinitely differentiable function f whose terms are calculated from the function's arbitrary order derivatives at given reference point A. The series f plus f slash 1, x plus f slash 2, x 2 plus f slash 3, x 3 plus equals sum n infinity f left paren n slash n, xn. Taylor's polynomial. Alternative form of Taylor polynomial. Taylor's polynomials. Plural of Taylor's polynomial. Taylor's series. Alternative form of Taylor series. Taylor-White process. A process for toughening self-hardening steel by heating and cooling it to various temperatures in molten lead, oil, and air. Taylorian. Of or relating to the English architect Sir Robert Taylor 1714-1788 or the Taylor Institution he founded at Oxford University for the study of European languages. Taylorism. The Reformed school of theology developed by Nathaniel William Taylor. Taylorisms. Plural of Taylorism. Taylorists. A proponent of Taylorism. Taylorists. Plural of Taylorists. Taylori. A follower of the Reformed school of theology developed by Nathaniel William Taylor. Taylorites. Plural of Taylorite. Taylorization. The process of taylorizing. Taylorize. To make more efficient by means of Taylorism. Taylorize. Simple past and past participle of taylorize. Taylorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of taylorize. Taylorizing. Present participle and gerund of taylorize. Taylormania. Enthusiasm for American singer-songwriter Taylor Swift. Taylors. Plural of Taylor. Taylorville. A census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Taylorverse. The sphere of American singer-songwriter Taylor Swift. Taylorville. An unincorporated community in Cardston County, in southern Alberta, Canada. Taylor. Obsolete form of Taylor. Els. Plural of tail. Taima. A large oasis located in northwestern Saudi Arabia. Taman. A surname. Taymanditic. The dialect and script of the oasis of Tama in northwestern Arabia attested starting in the 6th century BCE, though references to the existence of an indigenous script in Tama are attested in outside sources from the 8th century BCE. Taymans. Plural of Tayman. Tama. A settlement in York County, New Brunswick, Canada. Tamer. Alternative spelling of Tamer. Tamer Autonomous Okrug. A former federal subject of Russia and autonomous Okrug with a center at Dudinka, now part of Krasnoyarsk Krai. Taynuilt. A village in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NN0031. Teo. A garment like an apron worn by indigenous South Americans. Teom. Alternative spelling of Taiwan. Teopa. A legendary lost silver mine in the Sierra Mountains of Mexico. Teos. Plural of Teo. Taiwan. Alternative spelling of Taiwan. Tayport. A small town and harbor in Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 4528. Tayra. A South American omnivore, Ira barbara, allied to the grisson, with a long thick tail. Tayras. Plural of Tayra. Tayrona. Alternative form of Tayrona. As. Plural of Tay. Tayson. a municipality of Batangas, Philippines. Taysai, a former local government region in East Scotland formed in 1975 from the city of Dundee, Angus, Kinrossshire and Perthshire, and abolished in 1996, being succeeded by Angus, Dundee and Perth and Kinross council areas. Taysider, a person from Tayside. Taysiders, plural of Taysider. Tay-tay, alternative form of Tay-tay. Tenet, a municipality of Rizal, Calabarzon, Luzon, Philippines. Tato, a potato crisp. Tatos, plural of Tato. Taiyuan, alternative spelling of Taiwan. Tao, a municipality of Pangasinan, Philippines. Tao, a municipality of Abra, Cordillera Administrative Region, Luzon, Philippines. Tayyip, a male given name from Turkish. That, initialism of temporary autonomous zone. That, a nickname for someone very active, ferocious, or with a great appetite. Tazanalas, a mast cell stabilizer drug. Tazarotene, a topical retinoid used to treat psoriasis, acne, and photodamage. Tazasurbre, a particular hypocholesterolemic agent. Tase, alternative form of tase. Test, simple past and past participle of tase. Dali, obsolete form of tazi. Ede, archaic form of tezia. Hedet, plural of tazia. Tazir, alternative form of tazir. Dades, plural of tazi. Tezel, obsolete form of teasel. Tails, plural of tazel. Tasmentastat, a drug for the treatment of certain forms of epithelioid sarcoma. Taser, misspelling of taser. Tasers, plural of taser. Tases, third person singular simple present indicative of tase. Tazety, an alkaloid present in narcissi and snowdrops. Tailwa, a surname. Tazewell County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Pekin, named after Littleton Waller Tazewell. Tageranite, a rare zirconium mineral. De, an Akin hound. Eve, a representation of the tombs of Hassan and Hussein, the grandsons of Muhammad, carried in processions for various Islamic festivities. Dayaz, plural of Tazia. Tazing, present participle and gerund of tase. Tazaprana, an antitussive drug. Tater, punishment for offenses at the discretion of the judge or ruler of the state. One of three major types of punishments or sanctions under Sharia law. Tatis, plural of Tazi. Telau, a village and commune of Nemt County, Romania. Telinga, a census-designated place in Valdez-Cordova Census Area, Alaska, United States. Tazamalt, a town in Tazmalt District, Béjaïa Province, Algeria. Tazabachem, a compound that inhibits the action of bacterial beta-lactamases used in antibiotics. Tazoflom, an immunosuppressant drug. Tazalof, a beta blocker with some utility in the treatment of heart disease. Tazamahari, a strong fever, especially one associated with malaria. Tazomline, a drug that acts as a non-selective muscarinic acetylcholine receptor agonist. That. To move quickly, to dash, to rush. Da. A shallow saucer-like dish, mounted either on a stem and foot or on a foot alone. That. Plural of taza. That. Plural of taza. That. Overwhelmed, beaten, or outmatched. As. Third person singular simple present indicative of Taz. Tazaberries, plural of Tazaberry. Tazaberry, synonym of Ugniberry Ugnimalini. That, alternative form of Tassie. Tassie Devil, alternative form of Tassie Devil. Tassie Devils, plural of Tassie Devil. Tang, present participle and gerund of Taz. Ibi, abbreviation of Tarbate. Ibi, abbreviation of Tidet. Tidet, initialism of to be announced. Tidet, plural of TBI. Teammate, acronym of the beginning after the end. Tidet, initialism of tetrabromobisphenol A. Tidet, initialism of the Big Bang Theory, an American television sitcom. Hevisi, initialism of time-based correction. Easy, initialism of to be completely honest. Hevidi. Initialism of torpedo boat destroyer. Apple practices involving teenagers, especially literature fiction involving such themes or practices. Plural of TB the L. Initialism of tile-based deferred rendering. Plural of TBD. Initialism of tetrabromothane. Initialism of Turkish Basketball Federation. Alternative, letter case form of TBF. TBV. Initialism of thyroxine binding globulin. Initialism of to be honest. Initialism of to be honest. TBHQ. A particular preservative of fats and oils used in food. Initialism of traumatic brain injury. T-Bilat, a type of drum from Morocco that resembles bongos. Tbilisi, the capital city of the country of Georgia. Tbilisian, of or relating to Tbilisi. Tbilisians, plural of Tbilisian. Plural of TBI. Tibet, abbreviation of Tabit. Initialism of team-based learning. Initialism of through-back loop S. Abbreviation of table. TLS, abbreviation of tables. TLSEN, abbreviation of tablespoon. ALSES, plural of TVLSBN. Initialism of tunnel boring machine. Plural of TBM. Initialism of total base number. Abbreviation of trombone. Plural of TBN. T-boy. Initialism of the binding of ISEC. T-ball. Alternative spelling of T-ball. T-ball. The anabolic steroid chlorodihydromethyltestosterone, also known as turinabol. Tiboli, an indigenous people of South Cotabato, Philippines. Tiboy, alternative form of T-boy. T-boys, plural of T-boy. Initialism of tributyl phosphate. Initialism of to be perfectly honest. Plural of TBP. Yes. Terabits per second, a measure of data transfer rate equal to 1,000 gigabits per second. TBQFH, initialism of to be quite fucking honest. TBQH, initialism of to be quite honest. Initialism of tree bisection and reconnection. Abbreviation of timber. Yes. Initialism of Tempel-Barretzer syndrome. Plural of TB. AS. Abbreviation of tablespoon unit of measure. ASA. Initialism of total body surface area used in describing the extent of a burn. Tablespoon. Alternative form of tablespoon. Tablespoon. Alternative form of tablespoon. Plural of tablespoon, tablespoons. Initialism of target bearing transmitter. Initialism of too big to fail. Initialism of to be totally honest. Plural of TBT. TBTWP. Initialism of the bang that was promised. Initialism of to be updated. Abbreviation of tert-butyl, styled as letter 1D57 T-bulge. The bulge outline of the genitalia visible through clothing of a transgender person. T-bulges. Plural of T-bulge. T-buo. Abbreviation of tert-butoxide, styled as letter 1D57 TBU. Plural of TBU. TBV. Initialism of tulip-breaking virus. TBW. Abbreviation of terabytes written often in reference to how many terabytes can be written to a solid-state drive within its warning service. T-byte. Alternative letter case form of T-byte. T-byte. An 80-bit 10-byte integer. T-byte. Plural of T-byte. T-bytes. Plural of T-byte. Easy. Initialism of time counter. Easy. Initialism of tricyclic antidepressant. TZA cycle. The Krebs cycle. TK. Initialism of Tanzania Civil Aviation Authority. TK. Transaction Capabilities Application Part SS7. TCAP. Plural of TCAP. TGAS. Initialism of Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, a system for warning pilots of impending mid-air collisions and telling them what, if any, evasive action to take. ATA. Plural of TCA. TGAS. Plural of TCAS. TSUE. Initialism of Trusted Computing Base. SASC. Initialism of Train Control Computer. AZZA. Abbreviation of trichloroethylene uric acid. SACV. Initialism of Test and County Cricket Board. SASC, plural of TCC. ACD, initialism of transcranial Doppler. AZA, the gene that encodes Clostridium difficile toxin A. AZD, initialism of 2, 3, 7, or 8 tetrachlorodibenzodioxin. AZD, plural of TCDD. TZDSB, abbreviation of Toronto Catholic District School Board. AA, initialism of trichloroethylene. AA, Terrace. TSAC, initialism of Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. AA, plural of TCA. AA, Travel Compensation Fund, a government-run fund to cover travel agency insolvency. AAF, 1,000 cubic feet. TZFE, initialism of trillion S of cubic feet of gas. SAD, initialism of trading card game. SAD, plural of TCG. AZA, initialism of Trans-Canada Highway. AZA, a representation of the dental click used to show disapproval or disgust. Tut, test. Ticha. In Haiti, the small flowering tree Albizia lebec. Tichas, plural of Ticha. Tichagra, any of the birds in the genus Tichagra found in the dry forests and savannas of the Afrotropics. Tichagras, plural of Tichagra. Ticha, expressing distaste or annoyance. Tea-chai, archaic form of chai tea-based beverage. Tchaikovsky, alternative spelling of Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovskyan, of or relating to the composer Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky or characteristic of his style. Tchaikovskyans, plural of Tchaikovskyan. Tchaikovsky, a transliteration of the Russian surname Chat-Igaki Kat-Oiq Vsk-Igaki Chatigoskij, usually applying to Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovskyan, alternative form of Tchaikovskyan. Tchaikovskyans, plural of Tchaikovskyan. Tchaikovsky, alternative spelling of Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovskyan, alternative form of Tchaikovskyan. Tchaikovsky, alternative spelling of Tchaikovsky. Tchambili, a people who inhabit the Sepik River region of Papua New Guinea. Tchanking, alternative form of Chongqing 19th century romanization. Tkauch, obsolete spelling of Chayas. Tkas, obsolete spelling of Chayas. Tchosh, archaic spelling of Chosh, a cultivar of vinifera grape. Tshavich, synonym of Chinook salmon. Chebyshev distance, alternative form of Chebyshev distance. Chebyshev distances, plural of Chebyshev distance. Tshefunk River, a river in Louisiana. Tcheka, alternative spelling of Cheka. Tchekis, alternative spelling of Chekist. Tchekis, plural of Tchekis. Tchelminar, alternative spelling of Chilmanar, the ruins of Persepolis. Tchernozem, alternative form of Chernozem. Tchernozem, plural of Tchernozem. Tchervanets, alternative spelling of Chervonets. T-Chervonets. Alternative spelling of Chervonets. T-Chervoncy. Plural of T-Chervonets. T-Chatferic. Alternative form of Chetferic. T-Chetferics. Plural of T-Chetferic. T-Chetvert. An obsolete Russian unit of volume. T-Chetverts. Plural of T-Chetvert. T-Tick. A click sound such as a palatal, lateral, or dental click. T-Chate. Simple past and past participle of T-Chick. T-Chicking. Present participle and gerund of T-Chick. T-Chicks. Plural of T-Chick. T-Chalakian. A surname from Armenian. T-Chornosm. Alternative form of Chernozem. T-Chornosm. Plural of T-Chornosm. T-Chachk. A small ornament of minor value, a knick-knack, a trinket. T-Chachks. Plural of T-Chachk. T2. Alternative form of Zhu. T-Chowk ball. An indoor ball game for two teams of 12 players, 7 on the court at any time, in which points are scored by throwing the ball so that it hits a frame and bounces outside of a semicircular region. TZK. Abbreviation of teacher. TZHRS. Plural of TZHR. T-Chupachak. Alternative spelling of Chugachak, dated a county-level city of the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. T-Chunky. Alternative form of Chunky. T-Chunk. Alternative form of Chunky. T-Chunky. Alternative form of Chunky. T-Zai. Alternative form of Tishi. AZI. Initialism of Turks and Caicos Islands. AZI. Plural of TCI. TCJA. Initialism of Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. TCK. Initialism of Third Culture Kid. TCK. Alternative form of TCH. TCK. Plural of TCK. Hazel. Initialism of transverse carpal ligament. Hazel. A high-level, dynamically typed and interpreted programming language. TPLAIR. A user of the TCL programming language. TPLAIRs. Plural of TCLAIR. Hazel. Plural of TCL. Hazel. Initialism of traditional Chinese medicine. Hazel. Abbreviation of trillions of cubic meters. Hazel. Initialism of total cost of ownership, the sum of costs arising when deploying technology, especially hardware and software. TCOM. Display Timing Controller Circuit ASIC or FPGA. TCON. Plural of TCON. TZO. Plural of TCO. ICE. Initialism of to complete party followed by total number in group. Code used in OSI to advise an airline that other passengers are traveling with a person but are booked separately. TCP/IP. Initialism of Transmission Control Protocol/Internet Protocol, a standard for computer network communication used in particular for the Internet. HAZEO. The chemical compound bis-2,4,6-chlorophenyl oxalate, used in certain glow sticks. TDA, abbreviation of technical certification requirement, a test case that must pass before software can be certified as compliant to a given standard. TGRA, initialism of Tanzania Communications Regulatory Authority. TCI, plural of TCI. ADS, initialism of time/temperature control for safety. TC, plural of TC. TCU, initialism of transmission control unit. TCU, plural of TCU. TCVP, abbreviation of tetrachlorovinphos. AZXO, initialism of temperature compensated crystal oscillator. AZXO, plural of TZXO. Tychy, a city in Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. 80, initialism of typically developed. 80, initialism of tetanus and diphtheria vaccine. TD banker, someone who holds an account at any of several banks called TD Bank. TD bankers, plural of TD banker. Initialism of time deposit account. Alternative letter case form of TDA. Initialism of Tren de Aragua. TDAP, synonym of DTaP vaccine. TDAP vaccine, synonym of DTaP vaccine. TDAP vaccines, plural of TDAP vaccine. TNAPs,